5-year-old, probably 30.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay? Everybody good with the volume? Yeses, thumbs up? Okay, thank you very much. Welcome this evening. I'm Tyson Brooks. I'm the president of the board here. I'm going to go ahead and call our Area Planning Commission meeting to order for Thursday, September 4th, 2025 at 7 p.m. Can I get a roll call, please?
Vicki Andrews. Here. Harry Bumgardner. Here. Tyson Brooks.
Here.
Rick Elwell.
Here.
Jared Hahn.
Here.
Bill Horan.
Here.
Michael Carrithen.
Here.
Jeff Lance.
Here.
Tim Rohr.
Here.
John Schumacher.
Here.
Melissa Woodward. Here.
Excellent. Board members, I'm going to break protocol for just a moment here on the order of things, just to address the crowd as far as how these meetings work and how we proceed during this time. A petitioner will come up and present their petition. That is their time to present that petition and our time to listen. The board members will then question the petitioner. They will have discussion among themselves. When the board members are finished with their questions, then the petitioner will be asked to have a seat, and then that would be the time for that petition's public comment to happen. That window will be open one time only, and then once the window closes for public comment, it will not open back up. At that time, during those public comments, you're able to ask questions. We will write those questions down, and then we won't answer your questions at that point. We will then, once the public comment is done, then we will call the petitioner back up and present those questions. Everybody good with that? What we cannot do with such a large crowd, and I am a middle school teacher, so I understand crowd control a little bit. What we can't really do is have just random comments being shouted out like popcorn from the crowd. We have to do an order of events here just to keep things flowing so that we can get through these items in a timely manner. Did everybody understand the concept? We good? Thank you, sir. Gold star for you. Okay, so anyway, we'll back to this again. So I appreciate you guys' understanding that. Board members, there is in your packets the old minutes from our August 17th or August 7th, 2025 meeting. Give a peek at those and see if there's any changes or corrections that need to be made at this time.
I would make a motion to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion, board members? All in favor, right hand. Opposed, same sign. Okay, do we have any old items, Mr. Lassenheiser?
We do not.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our board members, in your packet, we have 3 items this evening that we're looking at, new items that is. The first item is A250916, Nottingham Township. It's the southwest quarter of 2925 North 13 East. Nathan R. Leakty and Double L Farms Incorporated requested approval for a proposed CFO project including 3 60 by 600 broiler chicken barns, 1 60 by 120 foot barn. The property is located at 10505 South 700 East, -90, Geneva, Indiana 46740. It is currently zoned A1, and I believe, Mr. Lassenheiser, there's a picture on the television of the proposed property?
That is correct.
Okay. We have representatives already at the table. Go ahead and state your names and tell us a little bit about the project, please.
Good evening. Brett Miller, MLS Engineering.
I'm Luke Leakty, representative for Double L Farms.
Okay.
We are proposing 3 buildings. Sits off the road of 700 East. Got to have a drive along the north end of the property. We're going to maintain the woods on the north side of the property and the east as much as we can during construction. Once construction is done, we're doing landscape on the south and west side, willow trees as a buffer. We're doing a dry detention basin on the west side of these buildings that all of the hard surface will drain into, and then we'll release into the Camp Run legal open drain. Those drainage calcs have been provided to the county surveyor's office for his review and approval. I'll let Jared chime in on that in a minute. To this, the 3 buildings, 36,000 each, all be built roughly the same time. During plat committee, we brought, obviously this project, just one little change on the outlet structure of the pond, that was about it, and I really don't have much else to say on this. Entertain any questions you may have.
I guess, on the drainage discussion during plat committee, we weren't sure if it would be a requirement of IDEM or not, but on the detention pond outlet, there'll be a valve that can be shut in the event of a spill of some kind. Typically with chicken manure, it's dry manure, less likely. But it can happen that there can be, could be a spill for whatever reason. So there would be a valve for that, and then also we had asked that there be an easement for the tile, even though it's under common ownership, that there be an easement recorded for that. But that easement would not be done until after the tile is installed, so that the exact location. So that's the only notes I had from plat committee.
You wish to speak to the points and setback complaints?
Yeah, so some of the things that we were doing to make sure that we accomplish the points are the willow trees around the outside for odor and visual abatement.
Fast-growing?
Yes, they're fast growing. They grow about 4 feet per year. There'll be a double row. The company that I've worked with recommends planting them 8 feet apart, 10 feet between the rows, so it'll be a pretty dense block. That way it, isn't as visible. That'll help with the odor. The setback allows for, I can't remember the points, like 37 points, but from the nearest house. And then in addition to that, we've got a couple fields identified for the manure management plan. The one field that has a legal drain beside it has a filter strip in place already. That's one of the opportunities for points. And then we will be putting in a compost barn as opposed to an incinerator or something like that to help with odor abatement. It'll be surrounded on 3 sides with concrete, have a roof over it to meet that requirement for the points. I don't know, I think I hit most of them. If there are other questions, I can answer them.
Mr. Lossage, it's under my impression that they have to meet a requirement of a minimum of 220?
That is correct.
And what's their current point total at this point?
We believe that calculated is 253.625.
Do they get any special bonuses for going above the 220?
No.
So they could have just stayed at 220, but they went to 253?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in part of the points was in regards to 24-hour incorporation. Can you speak a little bit about how you intend to accomplish that?
Yeah, so anytime that we would apply the manure from this facility, we would just make sure that it was incorporated with tillage within 24 hours of application to reduce the odor impact of that and reduce any effects of potential runoff. There are also state chemist rules about setbacks for that, so that helps with the runoff, but we will comply with the 24-hour incorporation. That's our plan.
Because it'll be a top application of the manure?
Yes, that's correct.
So from what I'm hearing, I've seen self-combusting piles of chicken manure. You know what I'm saying? That's not what we're looking at here. It's taken, spread, tilled in 24 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I guess
We're not looking at like on-site huge piles combusting and smoking out.
Yes, that's correct. So we would not be having that at this site. So there's a manure storage barn that it would be stored in, once again, covered with a roof, properly ventilated so that there would be little fire risk, if that's what the question is. And then
More of a smoke drifting through the area.
okay, I guess I'm not familiar with what you're addressing.
So there are times that manure pile gets rained on, and then it will start to decompose, get hot enough that it actually smokes.
Yeah, so bacteria action creates heat, and that
putting it
happens
under-
in compost as well.
If you're putting it under a covered roof, shouldn't get the rain on top of it, that shouldn't be an issue.
That makes sense to
A
me.
lot less of an
Okay.
issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume that's what the 60 by 120 barn is, manure storage.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm just curious, how many chickens would that be?
Okay, so each barn has 40,000 chicks in it when it comes in, so it'd be 120,000 total between the 3 barns.
Gotcha.
What's the turnover rate per year?
So there's roughly 6.5 flocks per year, so the birds are there for 6 weeks, and then they're at finish weight, and then there's roughly 10 days to 2 weeks in between flocks, and then a new flock will come in. So if you do the math, 8 weeks for a complete turn, that's a little over 6 flocks per year.
So like semi-truck delivery rate would be about once every month and a half?
Yes, I'd say it's accurate. So they'll come, I believe, on 2 trucks, and they'll leave on 4 to 6 trucks. I don't know the exact number.
Not that many trucks.
Yeah. And then there would be probably a weekly feed delivery.
Yep, yep.
So I see a manure land use agreement. Maybe that particular bit's a little bit beyond my understanding, but so that leads me to believe that the manure will largely be local to like our Wells County near area where it will be put down.
Yeah, so most of our farming operation is in Adams and Jay County near Wells County. So some of it will be applied in Wells County. The majority of it would actually be in Adams or Jay counties.
Do you know, Mike, do we have any equivalent poultry sizes?
Yes, there's one in Jackson Township. Hers, it's an egg laying
They're a
facility.
layer barn, but
It's not a broiler system. Yeah, there is a.
There's actually a couple
There's a
in
couple, there's a turkey operation on North County Line Road in Meridian, which is a little bit smaller.
there's another one right off Tealy.
And there's, right off of 450.
Board members, have any further questions for Brett or Luke?
Was there an advantage to putting it in Wells County versus another county?
So it's really strategic for the land that we own in relation to where other poultry operations are. Because of the bird flu issue that has been a big problem, we looked for a location on property we own that was farther away from other poultry. So that was the strategic reason we chose this parcel. It's about 3.5 miles to the nearest, which is really good for chickens.
Did you say this is dry manure when you spread it?
Yes, ma'am.
I was talking with one of my board members earlier. Is this a privately owned operation?
Yes, sir. So the partners are myself, my brother Nathan, who's the applicant, and then we have an employee who is also going to be a partner in the business. He was looking for an opportunity to be able to farm, and this was something that he was interested in partnering with us.
Thank you. Board members, last chance. Okay, gentlemen, why don't you have a seat, and we'll do a public comment, and we'll see if we need to call you back up for some questions.
Thank you.
Yep. last count at the sign-in sheet, it looked like we had about 15 people that would like to speak to this petition. I wasn't able to take my shoes off to count with my toes, but I think we got about that many. So if you could keep your dialogue to around 2 to 4 minutes. If it goes over, that's okay, but just for the sake of time and everybody getting to be heard, if we could be concise, that would be pretty cool. So when you come up, just state your name for the record and then tell us a little bit about what you want, what we need to know. Come up, state your name. And tell us what you need to know.
Hello, my name's Denise Geisel, and I live on 900 South in Wells County, about a half mile from Domestic. The proposed barns are going up about a half mile, or close to, within a mile of Domestic, which is where I live. On 1100 South, there is a 2,000 cow dairy, which drinking alone water is 36,500,000 gallons of water. That's not including cleanup for the dairy barns. This proposed barn, from what I just looked up, it said that the barns hold between 36 and 52,000 chicks. That's 156,000 chicks every 8 weeks, close to 900,000 a year. So that's 660,000 gallons of water, drinking water alone. That's not including cleanup. So we're sitting around 40 million gallons of drinking water for just those 2 barns. There's also a hog barn, which is within a mile and a half, I believe. They probably use 4 to 5 million gallons of water every year. Within a few months of the dairy coming in, our 20-foot sand well, which it never went dry, my husband grew up milking there, it was dry within 6 months, and we had to go 164 foot deep to get to have a good water for our well, where we currently live. And that was in 2008. I want to know, how is my water supply going to hold up? You know, you've addressed some of the other things with the manure and whatever, but I want to know, how is my water going to hold up? And that was $8,000 back in 2008. You know, this is not a magical endless supply of water down there, I don't believe. And the other part of this includes, so that's, 40 million gallons, not including the hog barn. I don't know what they use. Viruses are continually mutating. I'm not a biology genius, but I know that they mutate and they change. And with this bird flu within a half a mile of the dairy barn, and possibilities of swine flu another mile and a half the other direction, that there were several dairy farm workers that were killed because they got the bird flu because the birds were within a mile or whatever of their barns. So I'm concerned about the viruses changing, mutating. I don't want to die from a superbug. I'd rather just go real quick, But my main concern is the water table. What are you going to do about it? I've got a 164-foot deep well now. And 40 million gallons per year is a lot of water. So with that, I receive my position.
I just have a couple questions.
No problem.
You said that it was a half a mile from Domestic? Is that what you said?
It looks like it's within a half a mile per where. Okay, we're there, right there?
The way I measure it's about a mile and a half.
Yeah.
Not a half mile. Just clarifying there, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
And then the other question I had, so I assume the dairy is probably what they consider a significant water withdrawal well.
They've got 4 wells.
So when your well went dry, did you have the DNR investigate that?
No.
Did you say your original well was only 20 feet deep?
That's Jeff.
That's what it was.
20 feet?
Very shallow sand well.
Okay.
And even through all the droughts, it never went dry.
During the great drought of '88 and all these other previous droughts, we had 83. We had about 100 head dairy cattle. Never had issue with one, never. As soon as we started milking again, half a year afterwards, half a year after making dairy, we ran out of water for our milk cows.
Thank you.
So we had to put that new well in 2008. So I mean, it's hard to believe it would just be a fluke. It definitely, we believe it's tied to the fact that they started drawing all that massive amounts of water at the day before leaf clover dairy. And as far as a mile and a half away, I don't, with all due respect, Mr. Hahn, I don't think it's a mile and a half. 1050, it's on 1100, that's a half mile, and then the dairy's about a quarter, maybe a full half mile the other way, so that's just barely a mile. It's not a mile and a half.
You said from
I don't see
domestic.
how it could be,
You said domestic, right?
by the road number.
Which is on 900.
Yes.
And then this is on 10,
They're gonna build this chicken barn.
on
That's
1050.
1050, just right where 1050 keys to 700.
That would be a mile and a half.
If you go straight as the crow flies, it's less than that. Well, the dairy's 1100. They're building by 1050, so that's a half mile right there. Then the dairy is about not even a full half mile east, but say it is a half mile east on 1100, that's a mile. That's how I see it.
Okay.
All due respect, you got your way of measuring.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in. Thanks.
Thank you. Your check. Thank you. Next. Board members, the copy of this has been given to you in your notes.
Nationwide is well known and has been acknowledged.
Yeah, please. Yep.
Okay.
We need name.
Oh, yes, my name is Jenny Fisher.
Thank
Hit the
you.
button on your mic, ma'am.
Hello?
Yeah, now you're live.
All right. Nationwide is well known and has been acknowledged by leading institutions that poultry concentrated animal feeding operations through their mode of processes pose and create harmful impacts to the environment. One way is airborne particulate matter, which lands on homes, yards, and can be ingested and can cause severe upper respiratory issues, as well as irreversible conditions like histoplasmosis. Histoplasmosis is an infection caused by a fungus that is often found in bird droppings. People get the infection by breathing in airborne cells. This can be deadly for infants and people with weak immune systems. Another way is storm runoff. Rain falling off the top of people, or off the top of the barns and clean out can contaminate surface waters, eventually through natural leaching processes into groundwater. Domestic wells and watersheds become dangerously high in potassium and nitrate levels. There will also be an increase of insects, vermin, and other predatory animals. There will be the sound of huge exhaust fans running constantly because the ammonium level is so high the birds would die and the barns could combust into flames. Lights on 24/7 around the outside of the facility, increased semi-truck traffic on roads and sensitive areas not meant for industrial use. The water use alone puts our community at risk for emergency responses, the lack of access for domestic uses, and puts our first responders in a higher risk assessment for access into a facility with such a volatile health risk. We trust in the delegated representatives of our county to serve our community and always hold our best interests at the forefront. I do not wish to disregard the right to the proposed grower to farm his land, but I do request that it be farming and not a factory erected within feet of a family home where children play in the middle of a rural residential area where people choose to live. The grower's profit does not justify the community and the environment to take a back seat and to lose some of the simplest privileges we enjoy, like opening our windows, having domestic and livestock animals ourselves, in an outside barbecue. With avian flu and other pathogens built within the confined walls of these types of facilities, it's hard to imagine what this could mean for people within a 5-mile radius. It is commonly called the smell zone. This could impact the Lob Valley Nature Preserve and Pine Lake Water Park. Farming was never meant to be or understood to be done in a corporate industrial fashion. That's where the clash of rural farmland and corporate ag comes from. You can look to the history of the land, the people, and even the other states and our court systems to see the systemic issues. We all protect our children from harm. We do whatever we can to keep them safe. This facility will create conditions in which we are helpless to do so. We cannot contain the uncontainable. You can say that these are what-ifs. That is okay. Well, what if there is a negative impact? Who pays for the mitigation? The taxpayers? The very people who feel as if we have no vote, no voice? How long does it take to repair property values in decline due to the proximity of these facilities? I did have a lot of questions about how many birds and how many rotations, which they answered. I believe those barns hold more than 40,000 chickens a year. Until we know we really need to calculate the accurate water usage for cooling, feeding, and clean out. And do not forget the rendering vat for the dead birds to rot outside. The amount of what they refer to as dry litter, which should be handled with great care and treated with lime to allow for safe storage and movement due to the level of pathogens and other chemical compounds like crystallized urine. None of this sounds like what I have come to love about Indiana. Please take time to investigate further, to have a historical survey, an environmental impact study. Please hear us out. Factories like this are a disruption to the wildlife, the domestic life, and the future generations meant to be able to farm in our Indiana. I respectfully request a temporary moratorium to further study the potential negative impacts and the long-term effects on our biodiversity and the people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next.
You have her state or address.
No.
Sheet, we put it on the sheet when we signed up.
That's not,
Public
nope,
information?
nope.
Oh, I live, if you look just right south, right where that picture cuts off. basically,
Brooke Wagaman's
on
old place.
1100. Right
The
between the
triangle.
So I basically live.
So typically, Mr. Plummer, that's not protocol, just their name for a,
We put it on the sheet when we signed up.
Correct. Yeah, and the sheet will be public record.
yeah, the sheet will be public record, you can access. It's a good question, though. Next.
My name's Randy Plummer, and I reside at 10880 South, 600 East. I own the land on both sides of this facility, and my other facility was already addressed earlier. I guess I would make comments on that, as I own the hog facility that was referenced earlier. There are 2 wells at the hog facility. They are 165 feet deep because to get the water supply, it didn't produce, in that area, it didn't produce enough water until we went that deep. There are 2 wells for security purposes, not for supply. That's so that you supply water to the animals. If there's a problem with one, you have a backup in order to ensure a dependable supply, not because of the volume that's produced. Within a half a mile of that facility, we also have a farm where the well is 32 feet deep within a half a mile of the hog buildings. That's the one that we use to supply our sprayer and all of our field applications. And at 32 feet, it will pump water faster than what we can haul it away and use it in the field. So there is no correlation between location and water supply and water availability. The water is there, and all you have to do is drill to where you get an acceptable source, because the 30-foot well has not been affected at all with the wells at the hog barns. The other question I had was, as far as water retention plan, the water retention area goes to the open drain or to the legal drain, tile drain?
So it'll go to, from what they're submitting, there'll be a tile to run to the Camp Run open drain. It will be tile from the detention pond to the open ditch is what they've submitted.
Size?
12 inch? 12 inch. With an orifice plate, I'm sure.
Well, that was the other, I was really in hopes that there wouldn't be one, but I would like to address that part of the permitting process. I think each of you on the board should go out and review what you're requiring, because we were required with our CAFO to put in water retention. We have a 6-inch tile that goes from the retention area to the open drain, and in the heaviest, fastest downpour of rain, the water in our retention pond leaves within 6 to 8 hours after the rain stops. So we have spent a lot of money to install this retention system and the drain, And the purpose of this was supposed to be to control the speed which the water leaves the property as it comes off the roofs of the buildings. But it doesn't seem to me like the cost that you're requiring to add to these facilities is really providing a whole lot of resistance to that if all the water is gone in 6 to 8 hours after the rain stops. What benefit have you really created for the downstream or the other, other areas in the watershed by requiring 6 hours for the water to leave? I don't know if it has to do with the sizing. I really don't think it's all necessary, and it's a added cost to any of these facilities. The costs of these facilities are nearly prohibited now because the building costs have gone up so much more than what the compensation is, and you're adding extra cost to it. And if you could show that we were really providing a benefit to the environment by putting this on these facilities, it could justify the cost. But I think the ones I watch, if you would go look at them too, I think you would see the same thing. We're really not achieving very much benefit for the amount of money we're spending to put in these systems. You're talking 12-inch tile to the open drain is going to be really expensive, and how much is it going to control the discharge of the water with a 12-inch drain coming out of the retention?
So Brad could probably address this much better than I can. The sizing of the tile and the sizing of that detention pond is done by their engineer, their calculations. They're the ones that say what size it needs to be. Now, in your situation, I'll give you an example. So in a really, really heavy rain, if you look at the time of concentration, like the water coming off the roof, off the parking lot, it would probably be to that ditch within an hour or less. If it takes 6 hours, it slowed it down by a factor of 6. So does it slow it down? Yes. Is it always perceived that way? Not always. But, I mean, in reality, if you think about how fast the water would come off those buildings, off the parking lot, straight to a ditch, it's probably in a matter of either minutes or an hour. And with the detention, it slows it down to 6 hours or 8 hours or whatever. And so it does shave the peak off. So.
I would add that 900 South does flood at 750 every time we get a heavy rain, and it's impassable. So,
Ma'am, excuse me, I'm sorry. The only person that's allowed to speak per protocol would be Mr. Plummer at the desk. Not a problem. We're just trying to keep it civil and organized. Hope you understand.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
As far as the sizing of the pipe and all that, that was the engineering firm that is doing the drainage calcs for Mr. Leak, the sizing, so.
Well, I wanted you to know that it does add a lot of cost to these facilities, and it doesn't appear that we're really receiving a great benefit for the amount of money that's spent to include these in the projects.
Mr. Plummer, before you go, what, your 2 wells at the hog barn, what are the diameter of those wells? Do you know?
6 inch.
6 inch? And do you know the diameter off chance of your 32-foot well?
6 inch.
6 inches well?
Yep.
Thank you.
And we have now drilled 6 wells at the hog buildings because we continued to get fines in the water, and it plugs up all the screens and the meters and everything in the building. And so, it hasn't been the volume of the water that was a problem, it's been the quality, and we've drilled 6 wells in order to get a well with quality water that doesn't cause problems in the facility.
When you say quality water in particular, you mean that you have fine particulate matter?
In the water, yes. And as you go through the cycle, when the hogs are growing, it uses a constant amount of water every day, and it works fine. And then when you empty and go to clean out and you turn on your soaking waterers and you use a large supply of water, then the fines come in and plugs all the filters, and we've had a terrible problem. They're trying to get quality water, but never a problem with volume, only with quality.
Understood, thank you.
So, one last question. With the 6, you kept 1. You did 6 new wells.
2. You have to have 2.
Right, but you said you drilled for
We
6,
replaced them both.
but you tried 6 times to find the right quality?
Yes.
Got it, that makes sense. Thank you.
Drilled 2, then drilled 2 again, and then drilled 2 again.
That makes sense.
At different times because the problem doesn't always show up at the same time, so.
Okay.
You know, fix this one, and then the next time you use it, then you have a problem with the other one, and drilled another one.
Thank you, Randy. Next.
They're calling for next.
Is there Vince Feater that was to speak?
Oh, no, I just signed in.
Okay. Ken Jones?
Wrong subject.
Okay.
Keep him coming, Mr. Lassenizer. We'll get there.
Dale Longwell? Dale Longwell?
Dale Longwell?
Okay.
Bueller?
I think that's it.
Last chance for this petition, public, last chance, before I close down public comment. Okay, the public comment portion of this petition is officially closed. Brett, Luke, would you come back up, please? There were several questions I had written down. I don't know if you guys did either, or you were standing, so it wouldn't have been as easy. A lot of question about water table. And I tried to look up some water table data from 2020 to 2025, and it's just roller coaster looking, and I couldn't interpret it. So could you speak to water table data a little bit?
I will not claim to be an expert, but I can tell you that we are installing 2 5-inch wells, and similar to Mr. Plummer, one will be all that is used, the other one is for backup in case one fails. A 5-inch well is the smallest well casing that my well driller installs, so it would be, 4 exists, but they don't do anything smaller, just because 5 is the smallest practical size that they install, even at most residential sites. I'm planning on using Dellinger out of Wilshire, Ohio, so he's kind of let me know that that's the size well that we need. I cannot tell you the daily requirements off the top of my head. I knew that information a few months ago, but that's what I can tell you about the wells.
And then my limited information on wells, they'll just drill down until they get the water flow that they want.
Yes, that's my understanding as well.
Typically in this area, it's the 160 to 175 foot range. Board members, anything else?
What's the mortality plan?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So that's what I mentioned with the compost. So that needs to be enclosed on 3 sides with a roof over it as well. That is included in the manure storage building. And so any mortality will be placed in those cells and then covered with sawdust to reduce odor. There will be a gate closing it off so that coyotes and stuff like that can't just go in and dig in it. And there's very little odor associated with that because of covering it with the sawdust. And then once they're composted, that will be incorporated into the manure because the animal completely decomposes. And it's pretty low odor. I'm not gonna say it's odor-free, but that's one of the things that the zoning ordinance has allowed for odor abatement. And so we decided to go that route as part of the point system. County asks for that.
Is there a number of bodies that feeds into that? Like, if all 124,000 die, can he just Or is there like a mass mortality plan? I don't know if that's a thing, but.
Question.
So that is a very good question. I do not know the answer, but I do know that everything we are doing has to be permitted through Indiana Department of Environmental Management. They would handle any instance, and along with the Department of Health, and we would fully comply with any requests that they have.
And I guess during the time that the avian flu was going around, if a barn had to be, I don't know, exterminated, I guess is the right word, but.
Euthanized.
Yeah, the Board of Animal Health is, I think, who oversees and says, here's what you have to do with them, that the birds can't leave the county, they're buried on site, whatever, that they kind of oversee that process.
Okay. And then there's like a minimum reporting time for something in that nature?
I'm assuming that,
Okay.
yeah, you're,
Thank you.
Jared, do you have any more input on this 12-inch versus a smaller inch tile?
like I say, that was done by the engineering firm of sizing. A lot of times they put in a larger tile with an orifice plate. Can you explain why, why that is that?
In this case, the control ordinance allows us to release so much water per ordinance, and we have 12 acres of hard surface going to this detention. So the pond's 4 foot deep, so, we're releasing what we're allowed to by ordinance. Not necessarily any more, definitely not more, but not less either in this case. So, not a great answer to your question there, but we're doing what the ordinance allows us to do for release.
Is it controlled by orifice, or is it 12 inches?
This is just 12 inch.
12 inch is the control, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think that Randy's concern is that we were asking you, putting an undue burden on you to release more water, and that extra release of water was going too fast. And you're saying that the way you've engineered it, that it is not releasing water any faster than our ordinance already would.
Correct, yeah. I mean, if we did it smaller, the pond has to get larger and take up more farm ground.
And
So-
you said there's about 16 acres hard surface?
Yeah, well, 12 acres or
12
so.
acres. And I'm doing some real quick measuring here on the hub operation.
So the slower we release it, just the larger the facility has to be. And normally we work backwards on what's allowed by ordinance that we can do, which is slower than, like Jared had mentioned, it's definitely slower than it's going today.
They're about 5 acres on the hog operation of hard, well, probably not even 5 acres of hard surface, but, so it's a third the size. If they have a 6-inch outlet, it's probably about the same.
There was a comment that was made earlier about airborne issues that can cause respiratory issues, fungus, all of that. Do you agree, disagree that can be an issue? If you agree, is there a plan to mitigate that? I just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Once again, I'm not an expert on airborne diseases, but, all requirements by Department of Environmental Management will be complied with. So I guess that's what I'll lean on their requirements and ordinances. That they know a lot more about it than I do.
A lot of variables, environmental, when it comes to airborne.
Part of it has to do with the odor abatement process, too, that those things are attached to dust, carries the odor molecules, things that stop the dust are odor abatement processes. So that would reduce.
Blowing it into the wood, the fans into the woods, that captures dust.
Yeah, Jennifer, one of our public speakers mentioned something about noise, how many fans, fan levels, what type of, can you give us an idea on fan numbers?
I can give you an idea. I don't have it memorized off the top of my head. I believe that each barn will have about 10 54-inch fans at the east end. They consider it a tunnel barn, and so that's where the primary exhaust would be, towards the woods, as was mentioned.
And the exhaust is where the noise would come from.
Yes, so that's the farthest distance from any residence as well.
So the exhaust is facing that
Into the woods.
into the woods.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Luke, the size of the animal, the chicken, you're talking very early development before they're bounced out, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So they come in the day that they're hatched, they're there for 6 weeks, and they leave as a 5.5-pound bird, which is considered full market weight for these animals.
Oh, okay. Board members, any further questions?
Pretty simple. It's an A1 intensive agriculture zone district. This is a A1 use, permitted use in our table. It meets, I guess I'm going to say it far exceeds the point value that we have set to be a permitted use. It's
Sorry, sir, the time for public comment.
Turn the volume on.
Okay, just make sure that we're speaking directly into the
Yeah.
microphones.
Well, board members, just bring your mics a little bit closer so that we can do that. Thank you for letting us be aware of that. Appreciate it.
So we did go through and verify the setbacks to make sure that they met all the minimum setback requirements in the Wells County zoning ordinance. They have complied with that. One thing of note, to pull it away from the closest home, which is located on the west side of the property, they are moving it to 100 feet from the north property line, and that, with that being done, that separates that further from that house. So it's something that our ordinance allows in that situation. We also did review the points and did calculate up 253.625 points, which would be over the 220 points required. Part of our approval is that there would be a commitment on those points, so a minimum of 220 points is maintained for the lifespan of the project until it is decommissioned. So as part of that, if a board member would be looking at making a motion to approve, you would want to do that with that point commitment.
So that residential property that's right there is not owned by?
No, it is not. It is owned by somebody else.
Did they speak this evening?
They did not.
Are these gravel roads?
Are you the resident, sir?
chip and seal.
Chip and seal?
They just moved in last Wednesday, full time to that house.
It's owned by David Daughtery.
Mr. Lassaz, you're saying that the nearest barn will be how far away from the non-owner residence that's there?
1,538 feet,
Our setback is 800.
800 feet, correct.
So the closest building to that house is 1,538 feet.
That is correct. And that is measured structure corner, proposed structure corner to existing structure corner.
What's the current condition of the roads down there that are in that area?
They're chip and sealed. They're chip and
It's a
sealed.
chip and seal road.
So how often are they maintained?
As far as like snow plowing or,
The surface.
I think, this is from memory, that they try to chip and seal roads every 7 years, I believe it is. That's the rotation. Highway Department would have to verify that, but I think it's on a 7-year rotation.
700 goes through domestic, and it is like most county roads out there.
Yeah, it's fair.
You know?
members, any further discussion before we get a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would, based on my earlier comments, that it is in the correct zoning class, is a permitted use, exceeds the point value that is required, I would move to pass the development plan as presented with the commitment for the points throughout the life of the project.
Okay, we have a motion for due pass on this as presented with the addition of the required points commitment for the life of the project until it is decommissioned. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, right hand. Opposed, same sign.
All right, at this time, petitioner, there is a 30-day appeal period. You can choose to wait until after the period has elapsed before you would come in and get a permit for the project. Otherwise, there is a document that you can fill out that just lets you know that you're getting it within that period of time. So that is up to you. Yeah?
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, if you were here only for the CFO project that was just closed down, if you wouldn't mind surrendering your chair for others that are waiting, we would greatly appreciate that. Thank you for your time and thank you for coming this evening. For those in the hallway, it looks like about 12 chairs have opened up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, board members, we are going to go on to our second new item this evening. It is A250917, Bluffton TIF, adopting declaratory resolution, create a new Dustman Road TIF district. Do I have a representative here for that?
I am representing.
You do not have to get out of your chair, sir. Just state your name and let's go with it.
I am Rick Elwell with the City of Bluffton. Check that out.
The button's up. You're on.
I'm representing for this. So, board members, we are looking to pass a declaratory resolution tonight, which will create a TIF district on the north side of Bluffton along Main Street, north of State Road 124. There's a map in your packet if you want to reference that. There will be future development on that property. As of right now, there's no application slated for the use of the TIF district at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me in the hallway. We'll need to keep the noise levels down in the hallway so that we can actually hear what's happening in here, please. It's also available online, and chairs are opening up as they can.
That's a public meeting online?
Part of it.
Yes, the public hearing is live streamed.
Yep. So, thank you for your consideration. Okay. What do we need to know, besides what Mr. Elwell has already told us?
So part of the resolution that we would be looking at adopting as a plan commission is whether or not this area is consistent with the Wells County Vision 2035 comprehensive plan in the Wells County zoning ordinance. This area is primarily zoned Business 3, general business, and residential. The types of development that are listed in the TIF plan would be consistent with that zoning classification. There may be some properties that would end up being rezoned as part of potential projects in the future, but that would be part of that, inside that consistent use of business and residential classifications.
Okay. Board members, any further questions for Mr. Elwell?
I do not.
Would anybody from the public like to speak to this petition? Now's your chance. Crickets, sir. Crickets. Okay, board members, this would be an approval process, motion for approving the declaratory resolution as presented and incorporated in our minutes.
There's no stipulations or anything that we're gonna?
No, we don't believe there's anything that we would need to adjust in the resolution prior to adoption.
I would make a motion, we approve.
We have a motion to approve, do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, right hand? Opposed, same side.
Thank you. I abstained from voting. Yep.
Thank you.
That's fair. Okay, the third new item on our agenda this evening is A 2509-18, the Ossian TIF, the resolution amending the declaratory resolution, amendment to expand the Ossian Industrial Park Economic Development Area. And we have a representative here. Just state your name and tell us what we need to know, please.
Jessica Best, and I am Wells County's Economic Development Director. So we are taking a peek tonight at the amended resolution for the Ossian Downtown TIF District.
Move a little closer to your mic, Jessica.
Push the.
There you go.
There you go. Now you're on.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's
Turning
better.
itself off. Oh,
Did you guys hear what I said?
yes, we heard you. You're fine.
Okay.
Thanks, Jessica.
Yep. Any questions for me regarding the allocated areas?
I do have one question. So
Sure.
I think it was one of the Bluffton TIF, probably when Almco, that area. I was under the impression that the TIF area had to be contiguous, but on that map, it looks like there are some parcels that are not.
Does not.
It does not have to be contiguous.
It does not.
Okay.
Ms. Best, you're incorporating the downtown area into the existing TIF. Does that mean that there'll be a tax increase in the downtown area?
There will be a redevelopment of the downtown area, so this will capture the increment of the tax, of the assessed value.
From
This-
the development
Yeah,
that is yet to occur?
yes. Yep, there will be a brand-new development downtown, which will take the place of a vacant parcel and two buildings that are downtown.
And just to clarify, the tax increase is coming from improvement upon the land
Yes.
that is already there
Yep,
under the tax bracket that is already established.
correct. Yep.
Board members, any further questions? All right, guess your time is up for now. I'm gonna have to call you back.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody from the public like to comment on the Ossian TIF resolution? Okay. Public comment for A 250918 is now closed. Board members, we would need an approval of this or a motion stating what you would desire.
I would move to approve the Ossian TIF declaratory resolution.
We have a motion to approve the declaratory resolution as presented. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All in favor, right hand? Opposed, same sign. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to other business. You want to address that, or
No, all right.
you want me to introduce it? Okay, one of the next items on our agenda this evening is in other business. That would be our proposed solar ordinance amendment drafts. In your packets, you've received two draft options per our meeting discussions last time. So that is where we are at, and I think Mr. Lotzenheiser wants to give an overview of this before we open it up for discussion amongst the board members.
Okay, so you received this information in your packets. The proposed ordinance drafts were available on our website for perusal well before today's meeting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go kind of quickly through the amendment that is proposed. Then we open up for board questions, and then after that, the public comment section. So the very first section that would be affected by the proposed ordinance amendment is in regards to Article 9, which is the zoning district section of the zoning ordinance, in regards to Table 915, which is the permitted uses. The first item, solar energy facility, large, would be removed as a permitted use from the P1 power overlay district. The second amendment there in regards to solar energy facility medium is that no longer require a development plan, but would be required to meet the minimum requirements listed in the other part of this amendment. General regulations in Article 11 would have a new section, 1115, solar energy facilities. The first section of that, number 1, deals with large solar energy facilities. That section talks about the grandfathered status option. That was one of the options, so this is the option that includes that. What it states is if they have a signed agreement with the local legislative body, economic development agreement, that they would be...
You need to speak into the mic, they can't hear you.
Okay.
Bring it on top here if you can.
So the grandfathered status option, if a local legislative body and the petitioner have signed an economic development agreement that has been codified, then that would grandfather them and they would operate under the Wells County zoning ordinance as adopted on August 4th to 2025. The next section has to do with medium solar energy facility. So regulations for that. Medium solar energy facilities can happen on the listed zoning classifications, I1, I2, which are industrial, landfill, B3. Those would be the zoning districts for which one would be, and the projects are allowed to be interconnected with the grid. Medium solar energy facility must not take up more than 50 acres of property. The medium solar energy facility must have a 6-foot privacy fence, wall, mound, or 2 staggered rows of coniferous trees, or a combination of them that equals 6 feet in total height. Medium solar energy facility shall be required for fully decommissioned after no longer being used for energy generation for a period of 12 months. Medium solar energy facility shall be required to file a general development plan under Article 14 if it has more than 500 square feet of impervious surface that does not include access driveways. Section 3 has to do with solar energy facilities. A small solar energy facility must meet all setback requirements and height requirements for that zoning district as an accessory structure. A small energy facility shall be located on the same parcel as the primary user, and the project is allowed to be interconnected with the grid. The fourth section is in regards to structure-mounted solar energy facilities. A structure-mounted facility must meet all setback and height requirements for the structure for which it is mounted. A structure-mounted solar facility must be located on the same parcel as the primary user of the generated energy, and the project is allowed to be interconnected with the grid. next section has to do with Article 14, Development Plan Standards for large solar energy facilities. This is something that I think we would have some significant conversation about if we went this direction. None of these are hard, fast numbers, but this concept is a change in the existing setback requirements set in the development plans, and it's a little bit of a give and take process. It would get rid of the non-participating property line setback and make it the zoning ordinance district setback. It would increase the non-participating residence setback. In this draft, it's 400 to the 1,320 feet. And it would require visual buffers around the entirety of the site. They would meet that 6-foot requirement. The final piece is in Article 18, which is the definition section. So the first part, large solar energy facilities would be defined as anything over 5 megawatts at peak generating capacity. Medium would be defined as between 5 megawatts and 250 kilowatts of peak generating capacity. Small would be anything under 250 kilowatts. And structure mounted, there's really no change other than adding in the defined word piece that we're doing in the definition section.
What, under current?
Yes.
Current regs, small is what's the, small and medium, what are the thresholds?
Yeah, so it's changing from 10 kilowatts is small, and today medium would be 10 to 10 kilowatts to 10 megawatts.
10 megawatts.
So it's expanding small by a significant amount margin. It is refining or shrinking medium and defining large.
Okay.
So at this point, so if, give me a second, I will pull up the other option. Okay. So option number 2, or 2025-22. This Article 9 section is exactly the same. Article 11 is where you see the primary difference. That is that you're seeing nothing for large, as there is no grandfathering status or no grandfathering statement. Everything else remains the same. Definitions remains the same. And Article 14 would stand to be removed. 1408 Solar Energy System Development Plan would stand to be removed out of the text. So at this time, board members, are there any questions in regards to draft 1.2 or draft 2.2, or any general conversations in regards to what is being proposed?
So this is probably a question for our attorney. I think you have advised us, I believe the county attorney has advised us that there may be a contractual obligation, and exempting one project, the project that we're talking about, exempting that out may be necessary, I guess I'll say. How personally responsible, if we just throw caution to the wind and say, we're going to ignore that advice, how responsible personally are we for a breach of contract?
This board, you mean?
When you say we, the APC board?
Jared Hahn.
Jared Hahn, oh, personally?
Tyson Brooks.
As long as you're...
Rick Elwell.
My opinion on that would be as long as any action that you take is in furtherance of your duties as a board member, no personal liability.
There's no volume up. He doesn't have a microphone.
I was using, is that better? Can you hear that? Okay. I'll just speak up a little bit.
Jared, per your question, and to piggyback on what Mr. Sipe mentioned, I was contacted by the commissioner, and I was informed that the decision or the fall is solely on the commissioner's side of this. The Area Plan Commission, it will not fall here. They have the ultimate say, and this is just our recommendation to them, but they have the final say, and so where it will fall there. So we have the freedom to do what we want.
But if we pass a zoning ordinance, and that zoning ordinance is enacted, is approved by the legislative bodies, and there is a lawsuit over that zoning ordinance, we're going to be in it. Not personally.
As in the
Wells County Plan Commission.
That's a possibility, yes.
So there is some liability to this board depending on what we do.
Whether there's actual, they can, the Area Plan Commission could be named in any lawsuit, what the actual liability to the Area Plan Commission, though. I don't know, it's kind of a distinction without a difference, because whether it's the Area Plan Commission or the commissioners or Wells County in general, we're all one and the same.
But we have two different attorneys.
That's correct.
That we're going to be paying two different attorneys to defend us.
That's fair.
Instead of one attorney defending us.
That's fair. Yes, but that's true. So yes, whoever someone else names, though, in a lawsuit, that's somewhat out of our control, really.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe per our last meeting, board members, we kind of had a general consensus to take a look at the two options. In my opinion, we're pretty limited. Obviously, the final say does not happen with us. Happens with the commissioners, and they get to decide what they're going to do with it. We're just recommending this. So we have the grandfathered option, and then we have the non-grandfathered option, which I believe that, board members, who said it last time to just strike large out of it?
Oh, yeah, that was me.
Okay, so that's pretty much what option 2, draft 2 would be?
It is close to that. It does add the requirements for medium, small, and on structure, so it's a little bit more than that.
The small seems
pretty basic, yes.
Yeah, it seems pretty big. I have an 18.6 kilowatt system.
When you think about some of I know of a couple livestock operations.
Okay.
Solar.
Yeah, okay.
They are considerably more than
the 250?
18 kilowatts, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they are. Yeah, 18 kilowatts is about 60 panels.
So on the small, the only regulations would be whatever the setback is in your zoning area. If you put them on your roof, fine. If you put them on a ground mount, fine. If the setbacks in that area are 20 feet, they gotta be 20 feet from the property line.
Correct.
No screening requirements.
No screening requirements.
Okay. So on the medium ones, there would be a screening requirement. Basically, same thing. If it's on the roof, it's on the roof. If it's on a ground mount, there would be a screening requirement, and that screening may be screening it from their own property. Or it might be screening it from a cornfield that's adjacent to that property. Does the screening really need to be with incompatible uses adjacent to it? That's what you're trying to screen. That it doesn't need to have a fence and trees and everything else all the way around it, especially if the the same owner owns all that property. Why are they screening it to their own property? But say it's a factory here in town, or at the edge of town, that wants to put 50 acres of panels out. If there's houses or something adjacent to it, or a residential use area, a residential zoned area, I mean, that's what you're going to want the screening, just like if it was building a factory or building anything else, you're going to ask them to screen that area.
And that's definitely
Does that make more sense?
Yeah, that definitely could be something where we mimic the screening requirements in the residential and/or general development requirements, which talks about that incompatible use screening feature versus a 100% screen.
Okay.
I'm not understanding why the medium and small are the same size.
Same. No. So small is under
250.
Medium is between those two numbers.
Between 250 and 5 megawatts.
Thank you for the clarification.
And I guess I'm going to ask the question, we're greatly expanding what is considered small. Why are we reducing the medium scale? 10 megawatt is not a giant project by any stretch of the imagination. Some of the letters that we've received, that was some of the concerns with the small and medium of reducing that. We're actually expanding the small.
Yes.
Contrary to what that letter said.
Significantly.
Medium, small. Yes, we are making it smaller. Could that number be 10 still? 10 megawatt? I mean, could it be? It's just something to talk about, I guess.
Correct. My question would be, what's the overall land coverage size difference between 5 and 10? Obviously, it's double, but what's 5 compared to 10?
How many wattage of panels, how many, I mean,
They range from 180 to 315 up to 440 right now.
There's actually 700 plus now.
Well, never mind, that was last year's.
That technology is evolving daily, I think, and
in general, it would be a doubling factor if you use 4 acres a megawatt.
And I guess, are we going to go out there and look at the label at the back of the panel to see what they are, add it all up, and say, oh, that's 6 megawatts, not 5? Or are we just going to look at the acreage and say, well, it's 50 acres, it's under that, doesn't matter what size it is?
Well, you're talking 20 versus 40 acres.
And we say 50 is it can't cover 50, well,
yeah.
These are good discussion points.
I'm just asking the question. I'm going to say right now, and I said it at prior meetings, the small and medium, I don't want to get in the way of. If a landowner, a business owner, if they want to do something on their own, I think they ought to be able to.
Yep, I agree with you.
Under the medium, solar facilities, it talks about having them on the same parcel. So let's just pretend somebody I've got 50 acres here, and I've got my factory, I want to produce some solar to make whatever widget you choose, and I've got multiple parcels. Would they need, if the primary use of the electricity is on the north parcel, but the land is on the south parcel, do they need to move those into the same parcel then?
Yeah, they could resolve that by combining the parcels together if they are contiguous with each other.
And I guess along that discussion, does it matter? If it's 20 acres here and 50 acres here and they're side by side, does it matter? If they're the same parcel or if they're under same ownership, but they're two deeded differently parcels, does it matter? In our eyes. And once again, I don't think it does. If they own both pieces, there may be a liability reason that they have a hog barn in a separate LLC than something else.
Would it be, okay, just for the sake of discussing the merits of the language, pitfalls that we might find, would it be wise, if you own that parcel, I can speak up, I'll project a little bit. If you own that parcel, or multiple parcels that.
Jeff, can you speak? It's, the mic is for the broadcasting purpose, not for, yeah.
I'm just not used to having to speak to so many people. So would it, be better worded if if it was an adjacent parcel? That way you could maintain those sort of various business liability walls.
I think that's a better way of saying it, personally.
And then also under a medium solar facility, I know under the large, lots of discussion about like decommission plans for removing them. Should there be like a requirements, or maybe I'm not reading the wording on this correctly, should there be a requirement to have a decommissioning plan as part of that development process from the beginning? Am I misreading that we're only saying that that's not part of that development plan process?
For large?
No, for medium.
For medium, it is just required to be decommissioned.
Okay. So there's no need for a bond or security agreement?
It would be, yeah, so the way it would be an ordinance violation if it wasn't decommissioned.
Understood. That makes sense. Okay, also not to get too far into the weeds of a few things here. Under my notes, I've got, and maybe a little bit of discussion about this, and I think Jared knows a whole bunch about this subject, because I believe Indiana undid the net metering. Okay, so when we say, the ordinances, and I think both of them speak about this, about hooking up to the grid, kind of layman's term there, does that mean that you have an agreement to sell? Or that your excess power through a Y-to-Y transformer is headed back into the grid regardless?
So, depending on what utility, all that stuff, so like REMCs, they'll take your power and they'll pay you for it. They're glad to take it. Indiana, Michigan, you buy power at 17, 18 cents a kilowatt hour, they give you 3.5 cents back for it when you put it on. Net metering used to be 1 for 1. That's gone. Could an REMC, could somebody else change could City of Bluffton, Bluffton, I think, they'll take it, they're not gonna pay you for it right now. Currently. Could that change, and could they say, hey, we'll give you 10 cents a kilowatt hour for it? If you're selling it back, and then when you're buying it, it's 15 or 18, whatever it is. That's an agreement between you and the power company. And I don't know that we really need to be a party to that. I don't want to say in the ordinance that if you have a net metering agreement, because
there isn't such a thing.
You can't get one of those today. There are people who have that agreement already, but it's going to expire at some point in time. And I don't think that's the verbiage we want to use.
So when it says, that you can be hooked up to the grid, that all we're saying is that because of the way electricity works, you're hooked up.
Yeah.
Because a solar project can both be completely independent of the grid or part of the grid. So it gives the option of both in that way. The way it's written gives the option for both.
Okay, understood. That clarifies that. Thank you.
Yep.
Now there's the 800-pound gorilla to talk about, right? Are we going to go down the path, excuse me, are we going to get on the path of none at all, or none with one exception? I mean, that's the first decision we got to make.
Yeah, I think so, but before all of that, we need to just get our ideas out there for each other to ping on between the verbiage here, and then probably open up for public comment, and then after public comment, figure out the 800-pound drill, so to speak. Make sense? So just, board members, just be aware that in the end of it all, if we go with option one and we grandfather in the one because of some signed agreements that have been made per Wells County, and we're a part of that, then if we want to go that route, that's fine. If we want to go the route of option number two and delete the large, we're fine. We're free as this board to present whatever option we want to the commissioners, but they have the final say.
It's not just the commissioners, it's the commissioners and all of the legislative bodies.
Correct.
They have to agree.
Yes, all.
And I guess I'm going to ask the question, if we go down the path of none at all on the large,
okay,
can the commissioners then say, we like everything else except for that, that would it have to come back to us for that discussion, or could they say, no, this one is exempt? How would that work?
We would attempt to reconnect all the ordinance pieces and come back to the Plan Commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it would be proper protocol if there was going to be a change for the Plan Commission to give a recommendation on the change.
Okay.
So if we did option two and they didn't like it, it would come back and could potentially be option one anyway.
Could you clarify the different municipality that was just mentioned of?
Our county commissioners?
Yes.
Yeah, that's who has the final say in this situation.
Well,
but to whom all is participating in the zoning ordinance, is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, so you have, obviously Wells County, you have the city of Bluffton, the town of Ossian, the town of Zanesville, the town of Uniondale, the town of Penedo, and the town of Veracruz.
So any of them could reject accepting it?
Okay.
That's fine.
In the case, the Wells County Plan Commission has kept the zoning ordinance consistent across all jurisdictions. If one of them would have a concern, that we would bring it back to reconsider to all jurisdictions.
Okay.
I don't want to muddy the water, but I'm going to muddy it anyway. So, the commissioners want us to pick between these two options. Is there a tentative option three where we just make some major tweaks but still allow large developments?
I believe that the request is to review this and give it, and to think it through. I think there is an option of doing none of it and just leaving the ordinance as it is. There's an option to making amendments to Article 1408 in regards to just, the large ordinance pieces, or there's the options of looking at these two pieces. So I think in total, there are 4 things that we could look at.
Can we push all 4 to the commissioners and allow them to choose which of the 4 they would like?
I think that would be in poor taste.
That'd be very complicated.
Yeah.
We could rank them maybe.
Yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, I think it'd be in poor taste that they've reached out, they've asked us to
kind of vet
some things. If we don't vet anything and say, well, here it is back, we need to do something with it.
Sure.
So, I'm going to write these down, Mike. So, the 4 options would be, number 1, do absolutely nothing, change nothing.
Change nothing, correct. Option 2 would be make an amendment to the Article 1408 is right. Article 1408, which is the large solar energy system.
And now, but that's not the 2 options of the drafts.
No, that's not the 2 options. Now, there are amendments to Article 1408 into 1.
Okay.
So that could be something, that could run independent. of everything else. And then there's the option 2.1 and the option 2.2 that we went through today.
Did we discuss option 2 here, the actual amendment of Article 1408 and what that looks like? Have we discussed any of that?
Yeah, so the 1408 amendment would be removing the non-participating property line setback, increasing the non-participating residence setback, and requiring an entire visual buffer.
And that visual buffer would be around the perimeter of the project.
Around the perimeter of the project.
So if there, and I'm just gonna, if there's a road that goes through the project area.
Yep.
And there is leased area on both sides of the road.
There's no buffer on that.
There will be a buffer down both sides of the road.
Correct, because it is in the participating.
Because both sides are participating.
That is correct.
If there was a house that's kind of in the middle, it would have buffer all the way around it.
That is correct. That is non-participating. A non-participating house would have a buffer around it.
Would there be a fence across the road of the non-participating to block the view there too?
Yes. Fence and screening of some kind.
So it look like a compound?
Well, the fence would be behind the screening. The screening would be first.
I got it.
Then the fence. And if we wanted to be that specific, we'd call that out.
And so with the amendment of Article 1408, that would still allow other large facilities to come, just meeting the requirements?
They would run through the existing process, which would require overlay district and then development plan.
And the agreements with...
Yeah, and the 3
local
agreements with the
body.
local legislative bodies that are affected.
So
that would be economic development, decommissioning, and road use.
And then 2.1 and 2.2 are...
Yeah, what you have in front of you.
Preventing...
2.1 is with grandfathering.
So we'd grandfather 1, prevent large.
Yep.
2.2
2 is without grandfathering.
Prevent all, with liability. I got it, it's pretty clear. Board members, you okay?
I guess I'm going to go back to, do we somewhat decide as a board right now between the 2.1, 2.2 options? I think that's probably the direction we're headed. Do we decide between, kind of quasi-decide which direction we're going to go? That there's no sense in people getting up and speaking and saying, oh, I really, really want this, or oh, I really, really don't want this at all, if we're going to go down the path of one of them's going to be grandfathered in. Period.
And to be clear, it's not grandfathered as approved, it's grandfathered to go through the P1 overlay district and development plan sections. So I just want to be very clear on that.
It's not a done deal, it's still has to go through the process just like it would today.
I'm not sure of the protocol of, sometimes I have a student that wants me to pre-grade something before they turn it in, and Mr. Hahn, I believe you're asking us to, would you pre-grade our vote? I'm not sure if that's, if you're, board members, are you comfortable with sharing your thoughts on which direction? So we all have an idea, or are you not comfortable? How many are comfortable? Let me see your hands. How many are comfortable sharing your thoughts?
Well,
shared mine.
I'm always comfortable sharing.
Okay, so not comfortable. Don't want to discuss your thoughts on the 4 options available.
I would suggest taking the public comment first.
Sure, I want to make sure that the public comment is productive.
You don't want to waste everybody's time?
I don't want to waste everybody's time, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think what Jared's saying is we could either allow the public comment, or if everybody's got their mind made up, we can go through the difficult process of trying to make motion after motion after motion.
We've got to take public comment. We have to do the public comment for sure. Guaranteed. We have 24 patient souls that are out there right now.
That's what I'm saying I think we ought to do.
So we've got I'm not real sure how to address this to the public, but it's not really within this board's power to prevent this situation. We're not in a prevention situation here. This is not this board's power to, like, me as the president hammering the gavel and saying it's not happening. That's just not within our purveyance. We as a board voted unanimously in the past for no to paddlefish in particular, and then that went to the next level of the county commissioners. Now we're back here again with 4 options to do nothing, to amend Article 14, which would put some more restrictiveness in there, but still allow for large facilities, or the 2 draft options of grandfathering in the one that has been proposed. Then they can go through the process and see if they make it and say no to the rest, or draft option number 2, which is to say no to all and then open up Pandora's box, so to speak, with liability to every branch of the Wells County.
And the taxpayer.
And also the taxpayer. And it's, we've had legal counsel on this from Mr. Sipe here, and that's just kind of where we're at. So I guess as public comment, as you understand the concept here, these are kind of the 4 options that the board would like to hear you speak to. Does that help? Because I see your signs and your shirts, and more power to you. No pun intended. But
We're not going to decide energy policy in the United States at this meeting.
That's not our purview. So if you could, when you come up, if you could speak to those 4 items to give us your thoughts on which you feel is the best course of action, we would greatly appreciate that. Okay. Board members, if there's nothing else, I'm going to open up for public comment. Yep.
I got something I'd like to throw out just for consideration. I know there's been a lot of solar projects in Indiana, and in 2021, ground was broken in northwest Indiana for a solar project that will eventually have 2.8 million panels. It covers almost as much farmland as Manhattan Island. When completed, it will be the largest solar project in the entire United States. Okay, we've covered up a lot of farm ground in Indiana already. China put up a massive solar farm, and then they realized how much farmland they were covering up. It's time we stop looking at how much revenue might be brought in. And I use the word might because subsidies, the way I understand, are going away. And something to note, it also appears that there's been over 100 solar companies that have filed bankruptcy. We need to look at this very cautiously. It should never be about the money, it should be about what's doing right.
Speak now, or I'm opening it up. All right, public comment. Mr. Osterheiser, would you like to just kind of read through the names, and then if we left you off, don't be offended, we'll give you a chance there.
Just taking the rest of the sign-in sheets out there, there would probably be more out there.
There's more? Okay, I'll go get them real quick.
Board members, if you want a 2-minute break here for restroom or drink or something, now's your time. We will take a small break.
You have to stand in line.
We'll re-adjourn here in about 3 to 4 minutes.
No pun intended.
I actually got a legitimate laptop.
Deeply regret this appointment. I heard you met Henry out at the Farm Progress show. He said, he sent me an email note, he goes, I met a farmer from your county. I'm like, oh, no, Randy. So, he just told me Bill Randy is doing a great job. I said, I just try to stay below the radar. Keep my nose out of trouble. What's that? That's what happens. You can only ask for it. Oh, you know? I don't know. He tells me I'm supposed to. Our doctor tells me I'm supposed to. I'll answer your question. Road 700 East is in very poor condition that we've asked and asked and asked for it to improve, and it gets nothing. It's heavy on truck traffic, it's a mess already, and the reason is because it's the only county road that's paved all the way from 218 to State Road 18. So, J County Highway hauls thousands of tons of stone from county to put on down that road. There's lots of truck traffic that goes through that way to get to the other side. So, any traffic going to the chicken houses is not gonna make it any worse. It's gonna be negligible. It's already at such capacity. Yeah, and we don't need speed limits because you can't stand and see if you're over 40 miles an hour. So, then you have to hang on this tree oil so it won't jerk you into the side ditch when you get wrong. It's about like driving on I-70 from Terre Haute to Indy. You take your hat off so that button doesn't drill a hole in the top of your head. Faster than you get on 700. Not gonna destroy the road. So it's not gonna make a whole lot of difference. Not gonna make any difference because it's already a mess. And I don't know why. It's cramped. It's cramped. So a lot of it is cramped really bad. Oh, yeah. It's a wonder that somebody from up north that isn't used to driving out there, it's a wonder they didn't, I don't know how they didn't roll trucks over. But like blame the highway department about J County, you know, they could go around, they don't have to go. Wells County, tell J County. Yeah, that's right. It's already a mess. It's already a mess, so you make it any worse. It's almost here all the time. Right. I think the gorilla got more than 800 pounds. I think the gorilla's more than 800 pounds. It's a 2-ton. You ever seen the well, yeah, it's all over. It's not
Lots of thoughts, but I gotta get going, so I'm probably not the person for it.
Well, I was thinking right now. Oh, it's okay. It's all like I can edit everything.
30 seconds.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just leave it.
Like what they do.
Yeah.
They accepted that from the government.
So that would,
taxpayers
that would help,
somebody
that
not
would help the
to
price, that would help us. We'll take the lien out, and we'd be able to generate some revenue.
No objections to that.
Hi, Randy. I hope so.
Later, I thought maybe I shouldn't have voted for that, but all the points and everything on that came all the points and everything, I understand the people's questions and stuff, but when the points and everything goes.
Yeah, those are tough to, they've done their job, their part, but how's it gonna affect all the rest of the people around? That's what my concern always is, but.
And I feel bad for him. I think Jared, I mean, It's not how the crow flies. Well, I guess it's how the crow flies.
If the crow, the car can't fly that way and get there in a half mile. Period. It's a mile and a half. I don't care how you measure, it's a mile and a half.
And I feel bad for him, but that's what I was thinking later. I felt like maybe I should have voted for it, but all the points and everything that goes along with it.
You couldn't, so where they're at, that location, you couldn't ask for a better location.
Well, the other thing is we have the Hers live across the river from us. I never smell chicken. Never smell chicken. And
You can go to the winery and not smell it.
yes, right.
Now, if it's real heavy, humid, whatever.
Okay, 30-second warning, everyone. 30 seconds to go time.
Sometimes we smell the dog food plant in Mount Peter.
Yeah, we smell it.
I got you.
Go, Jason.
I guess, say, school teacher, you gonna turn the lights on and off?
I got the pulse light. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could go ahead and have a seat so we can get our meeting back underway. We'd appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Already started off too much.
Just be quiet again.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how public comment is going to work this evening. Mr. Lotzenheiser, if you sign that list, he will do his best to read your name correctly, and then why don't you come on up when he reads your name. If you read the name, do they need to state their name?
No.
Okay, so a little less work for y'all out there. So he'll read your name, come on up, and again, like we said before, those are kind of the four options that we're looking at. What we need to decide as this body is what are you saying? We need you've shown up. This is a public hearing, and we want to hear what you have to say about, do we do nothing? Do we just leave everything as it is and let what come? Do we amend the Article 14? Do we amend that and allow for more restrictions, but still allow large solar and let what comes come? Or do we go onto the two draft options, have one that says, okay, well, we got to grandfather one in because they've started the process and prevent the rest? Or do we as a board, and your opinion influences this board, do we say draft option number 2, which is no large solar, no way, no how, we're done? And we're perfectly free and independent to make those decisions, and we need your input on those 4 ways to go about that. And that would be then listening to you and then the board's discussion. We will come up with the best delivery to the next level, which would be the commissioners.
Okay. Chad and Megan Dunham. Yeah. This is a completely random order, so.
Completely random order.
I was hoping to have like a few minutes to
meditate.
Yeah, and go off of what other people say.
Breathe. Yep.
Lean into the mic, put the mic down.
There you go.
Is the button up?
Yeah, it's up.
Okay.
There you go. You're good.
Yeah, all right, Chad. We're ready for you, man.
So I was asked to come here to kind of talk about, I'm an engineer, I was asked to come and talk about this from an engineering perspective. I don't know that really helps us with what you're asking us now, so I kind of going off, I had some notes that I was going to talk about, now I don't. So I was like,
that's on me, so
open for a little bit of time, but as far as the amendments, I think that, I guess one thing that I can say is I'm not from here. I married into Wells County, and I'm from Owen County. I grew up farming, just like kind of different than here. But one thing that I've seen since I've been here is the farming community here is a very close-knit community. I've never seen anything like it anywhere else I've ever been. And I feel like that's kind of built
Wells County. It's built Bluffton. It's built Ossian, from what I've seen. I could be wrong. But I think that bringing in the large farming, solar farms, I'll say farms because they're not farms, that's really going to hurt this community that you guys have here. And I would hate to see that. I don't think anybody here wants, well, most of the people here, I would say, don't want to see that. And most of them are a part of that community. And I say for me, that's the biggest thing that I've seen since I've been at Wells County. And at first, whenever this started coming out, my mother-in-law was all ranting about it. And I was like, what are you talking about? What's wrong with solar farms? Well, big deal. But once I started looking into it and kind of understanding what it's all about, it's really going to hurt what this community is all about. And that's the farmers. I don't think, would any of this be here if it wasn't for all the farmers? Probably not, maybe, but probably not. I'm part of a family that's 7 generations of farmers in Wells County. Obviously, I married into it, but still, so I think that should be taken into consideration. Like you said, don't look at the money value. It can't be about that. If that's all you think about, then your life's not going to go the direction that you want it to be. So, that's all I got to say.
So, Chad, you're
Option 2.
Yeah, you're wanting prevention of all life.
Prevention of all.
Gotcha.
Absolutely. I know that's, according to Jared and Tim, that really isn't their thinking being the best option.
I guess I don't want to interrupt you, but.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
I said your name.
That's not my thinking. My thinking is, do we as taxpayers want to pay for a lawsuit if we can avoid it?
Right.
And if we're trying to do this, I'll say in a reasonable amount of time, we send something to the commissioners that they're going to reject and send it back to us, and then we're going to do this all over again.
Do we know they're going to reject it?
No, we don't.
Exactly.
I haven't heard from them yet.
Okay.
So, do we go down that path, and that's hopefully what we can hear tonight, is the right path to go down, whatever that is. That's my, I'm a little cautious of this board, and I'm an elected official. I'm not an elected official on this board, I'm an appointed official on this board. Every one of us up here is.
Yep, I tried to get on the board. It didn't happen.
I struggle with an appointed board, me included, making decisions that are going to affect the taxpayers in a negative way.
No, I completely understand.
That should be for elected people to decide.
Exactly. Yep, nope, completely agree.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chad.
Randy Plummer? Okay. Tabby Fate?
Tabby Fate.
She's here. She's being interviewed
Oh,
by the
who's having a meeting here?
TV people.
Okay. Daniel S-T-A-K-A, can't read all of it? Okay, sorry. Yep.
Mike, can I ask a question? If somebody passes up speaking or misses being called?
Put a check by it, we'll call her again.
Okay.
I would like to hear from her.
No, we'll make sure.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah, we're not.
It's not one and done.
Okay.
You
That's why I just want to know. But I want to
in
know.
line for that drinking fountain, you don't get a drink.
Awesome. Well, first off, thank you, Wells County Planning Commission, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Dan Straka. I am the Senior Field Manager for the Indiana Land and Liberty Coalition. We're a project of the Conservative Energy Network. I want to focus in on one thing in particular that I heard the board say. Now, I'm not sure exactly who said it today since I was in the back. But it's this, someone said, we're not here, we're not going to decide, anyway, the energy policy in the United States. And I agree with that, but here tonight, the Area Plan Commission has the opportunity to participate
in the energy policy of the state of Indiana and of the United States. I'll come out first off and say I am for the option of doing nothing. I believe Wells County has a fairly restrictive solar ordinance to begin with. And this is the first time I travel around the entire state, going to these meetings, watch ordinances be created. It's the first time I've ever seen a county outright say in a proposed draft that we are going to prohibit these types of projects, prohibit the private property rights of your citizens. So I just encourage you to try your best to keep Wells County open for business, try your best to participate in the energy policy of the state of Indiana. We are net importers of energy. That is not a good thing. We need more energy production in the state. Wells County and a lot of northeast Indiana has the opportunity to participate in that production and participate in the production of secure, reliable, clean, and Hoosier homegrown energy. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I hope for the best when it comes to the private property rights of your citizens here in Wells County. So, I have a very curious question. Sure. And it's not sarcastic or evil or anything. Yeah. You seem to have your thumb on the energy systems, and we have discussed that, the energy is being pretty in a crisis state where we're getting to a situation. So in your opinion, how many large-scale solar farms would it take to make a dent in that crisis? Yeah, that's a great question. So I don't know the exact numbers on how many large-scale solar facilities, but one thing our organization has done is calculated the amount of land, anyway, acres of farmland it would take to power the entire state of Indiana with solar panels. I don't know the exact number, but I do know that it was somewhere around 3 to 4% of farmland in the state of Indiana. If we covered 3 to 4% of farmland in the state of Indiana, it would generate enough power to power Hoosier homes and businesses. Currently. Current use. Current use. Yeah, absolutely. Not projected use. Okay. No, absolutely. And we believe in an all-of-the-above approach to energy production. Right now, solar is the quickest form of energy production that we could get onto the grid. I don't need to go and talk about the financial benefits towards the county or any municipality that may benefit from these. But yeah, that's kind of what we figured, about 3.5 to 4% of all farmland. Any other questions?
Where do those figures come from?
So it's based on the amount of gigawatts that the state of Indiana requires to generate. So I think it's somewhere around like 6 to 7 gigawatts. I don't want to give you the wrong numbers. This is a while ago, probably 3 or 4 months ago, that we calculated that number. I don't have it on the top of my head, but it's based on the amount of gigawatts that the state requires to power our homes, businesses, factories, whatever. Board, based on a quick Google search, it would be approximately 934,000 acres.
Didn't you say energy, this project was exported anyhow, wouldn't it? We don't use it here.
So the grid is an interesting, interesting place, especially here in Northeast Indiana, where you're kind of at a crossroads between the PJM grid, which is mostly eastern United States, but you guys fall inside of that PJM grid, as well as the MISO grid. So there's some interconnection points. That's why there's a lot of interest in the Northeast Indiana area for these types of projects. But I always like to say electrons are lazy. They're going to go to the first place that has an open circuit. So, if the energy is produced here in Wells County, I can't follow them, and I don't know exactly where it goes, but you're more likely to get that electron into your home than someone I don't know, in Pennsylvania or New Jersey.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, David.
Tabby Fate. See, Melissa, we got her. We got her.
I made sure.
She was on your side, Tabby.
Thank you.
Would you say, who said my name? Oh, it's Tabby. I didn't know if you said Tabby or, yeah. Sorry, I was out there occupied, sorry, but I know you guys are wanting me to discuss which one I'm for, and I am for 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so, just letting you know, so. But I did write up a little speech, and I didn't know if I should say it because you guys were kind of wanting me to focus on whatever, so, but I didn't know if you still wanted me to do it, but first I would like to point out that our community strongly opposes these projects. That is why we already have a ban on on the windmills. And and that is why we are here today. I just hope that you guys ban the industrial solar on farm ground. None of our neighboring counties want solar or wind. Allen, Whitney, Whitley, Wabash, and Huntington all have them banned, and all the other ones are fighting hard to ban them too. You know, every single county that you look at, like Pulaski County, all them, all them, they're all, I mean, they can't be helped, but all the other counties are fighting hard. All our and I just don't understand why every county has to fight so hard to save our farm ground from foreign companies. Why would anybody be okay giving all that control to a foreign company? I know when my uncle, he had signed up thinking it was a good idea for the windmills, and when he signed up, he went to go on that land, they told him he didn't have a right to be on that land. They had more control than him, and I don't know why anybody would be okay, just giving that control to foreign companies, I do know that the Republican Party platform says that we need to terminate the socialist Green New Deal. And I don't feel like there's nothing conservative or Christian about surrounding anyone's home on all 4 sides with solar farms. I just pray that we all make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Michelle Bowman.
I want to say thank you to you guys for being able to listen to all of us tonight. Really appreciate it. I'm the mother-in-law that Chad talked about that brought it to his attention what was going on. I am obviously for option 2, just banning industrial solar on farm ground, the large-scale solar. I do not have a problem with if somebody wants to put it on their own property, small scale, medium, for their own use, We know that this large-scale solar, the power does not stay here, Wells County, no matter what they tell you. It's going to be gone, off onto the grid. I have a son that lives in California. They went through the same thing. They were told, oh, your electrical bills are going to go down, when we do this. They are twice, if not 3 times, as much out there as what they were told. It went up 2 to 3 times more instead of coming down. And they're still paying it. And they're shutting down solar operations out there even because they have found out that they are not reliable. You can search, and there's many industrial solar farms that are being shut down because they're not reliable. No matter what these solar companies tell you, it's not the truth. Chad was correct. We are a very tight-knit community. I was born and raised in this community. I've lived here my whole life, and we are very tight-knit. Our farming community is very close. We support each other for the most part. I mean, there are little scraps, once in a while. But, and like Tabby said, every county is fighting against this. Nobody wants this. If they want industrial solar, they need to stop going after the farmers and their farm ground. They need to start going after the companies, industrial companies, put them on the roofs, put them on the parking lots. Yeah, it's going to cost more. The reason they're picking the farm ground is because it's flat already, it's already clear, it's easy to do. It's cheaper and easier. And they just need to let it go, go after them instead of the farmers. And so that's what I have to say. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Fred and Polly Weiner.
I thank everybody that's doing all this hard work, firstly. We obviously are fire shirts for 2-2, prevent all of it. So we're for whatever it takes to minimize or shut down this project. And we just ask the board to be vigilant about all the statements that were made tonight. Some things that concern us about this, we've heard a lot of things. We own property. We live in Wells County. I was born in Wells County. My grandparents had a farm in the 1980s, was given the Indiana Homestead plaque. Came to this county in 1851. And so we're hearing that from the solar companies that we never know the exact numbers, or we figure. Those kind of statements really, really worry us. We've been involved for 18 months in this. Heard it through Facebook that it was even going on, because my cousins live in Huntington County, and we have property there, so we went to a drainage board meeting. And we found out in that drainage board meeting what was going on, and basically we spoke to a Trina Rowdybush, who was with Paddlefish. She approached us after the meeting, and she didn't know, we weren't wearing these shirts, so she didn't know which side we were on. And we asked her, after having talked to our cousins about them being notified, if they weren't notified, and we asked her about it, called her on it, and she said everyone within 1 mile was notified of this. And we had proposed, she even talked about Wells County, and we had proposed signed up contracted land near us within less than 1 mile. We had not received any notification. And so, but she told us definitely she didn't know which side we were on. She told us that we did. We went to a meeting for the pro-solar, or the no-solar group right after this meeting, and asked everyone at that meeting in Huntington County, had they received any notification. Not a one of them had received any notification. And when did this start? 2018. This meeting we were at, March 2023. So we had 5 years for these people to notify anybody. So, needless to say, we're not really trusting of them on any level. And also, you can verify this with the live feed from the August 25th, 2025 meeting of the commissioners in Huntington County. There were 2 Maple Solar owners and their lawyer at this meeting. And some of the questions that were presented from the No Solar people, one of them in particular was asked if any of them had solar around their homes. No. None of them had solar around their homes. I mean, they were only there, they profited. They also said, had they ever been involved in another project? They said they were co-something with a project in Ohio. So this was the first project that they were doing, Maple Solar in Huntington County. So no experience, just the money people. so really had no experience at all. And I'm really concerned with the fact hearing tonight that Huntington County was very much more on top of the things. You have no bond money? I didn't realize that. I mean, we reside here, we've been at several of the meetings, but Huntington County does have bond money for decommission. It's only, the last I heard, $500 an acre, which 20 years from now in decommission would be, 1/10, 1% of what it would cost. Now, it may be prorated and that kind of, I'm not sure about that. But that really concerns me. Also, the things that you have, you talked about the fences and the trees and which would come first. Have those things not really been covered yet? Because Huntington County has gone through all that stuff. And, I mean, they pretty much just shut things down. And we so much applaud them. If you look, if you check out that live feed from August 25th, Tom Wall, we definitely applaud him. He was the previous president of the commissioners. He's on the drainage board, and he's still on the board of commissioners. And in that meeting, he actually stood up, irate, at the owners, because the owners of this of Maple Solar came to him, I'm quoting, but look at the tape. 3 months ago, he said, you came to me and you talked to me and said, what can we do to make this right with the people here? And he said, you need to go to them and talk to them. You need to, they've had no notification for it. One lady had it on all 4 sides of her. Another lady that's here tonight, all 3 sides of her. And you need to go to those people and talk to them. So 3 months prior to this meeting, he stood up and said, when people had said they just got a letter on August 17th, 1 week before the meeting, this meeting, they got a letter. And so 1 week notice, and he said, I told you 3 months ago, and you didn't talk to anyone, you didn't send out any letters, you didn't do any of this. So this is why we distrust these companies. And it is all about the money, and it doesn't make any sense. And also, this project started in 2018. How many years do they need to give notice? It seems that basically they are all deceivers, and that's actually a nice word. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Bender.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jonathan Bender.
John?
How's it going? I also emailed this commission last night, so you kind of also have a lot of my thoughts in writing as well, so you guys can dig through that. But I came to, I'm a lifelong resident of Wells County, born and raised here. I came to voice my opposition to the proposed ordinance. I installed solar at my house. I'm an engineer. I designed and installed myself a 5 kilowatt solar system at my house. So I know a little bit about it. In fact, I even looked at expanding my system a few years ago to include, maybe a couple hundred kilowatts. Considered buying land just because I could, I can do math and I can see the viability of solar. And so it was just a little project that I was hoping to accomplish at some point in time. Ran into a few barriers in that project, but I do know a fair amount about solar and its benefits. So with that in mind, I understand people are concerned about solar. There's a lot of legitimate concerns. This gentleman over here, he's talked about how much solar will displace food production. And I just wanted to make a comment about that. So, the fact is that, almost 50% of the corn crop production in the state of Indiana goes to produce ethanol, not food, but energy. So that's
I did the math, and that's close to 20,000 acres just in Wells County, about 43%. Statewide, that would be millions of acres. Solar is, my understanding, 4 to 5 times more efficient at converting sunlight to energy than growing corn, harvesting the corn, turning it into ethanol. So with that in mind, I think that we could probably live with a few percentage of acres being dedicated to solar, given the fact that so much of our acreage is already being used, right, to produce energy. I know a lot of people would rather see it on rooftops and parking lots. I definitely think that's a good thing. I'm an all of the above approach kind of guy. I think we need those kinds of solutions as well. I would promote businesses, right? This is the scope of businesses and landowners, right? People should put up solar because it's economical for them to do so. They can save a lot of money by doing that. But we really need grid-scale solar, large-scale solar, to make any sort of impact on the energy demand in Indiana. I think the state of Indiana should, take more responsibility in trying to, take over the, decisions about large-scale solar in different communities. But let's see. I had prepared statements, but I've completely lost where I was. So okay. So another thing I wanted to mention, I understand a lot of people don't want to live next to solar, right? That's a legitimate concern. I think that, a lot of people don't want to live near dairy farms. A lot of people don't want to live near hog farms. A lot of people don't want to live near cell phone towers. I think the merits of every project should be considered based on the merits of the project, right? You guys already have ordinances in place. I abided by them when I did my solar project. I think, any landowner, anybody who's proposing a project would be happy to abide by those. I don't think we should restrict them, to pass restrictions, undo restrictions, to make large projects unviable or medium projects unviable. I actually think that it would be really smart policy to have a small 5 megawatt, maybe 10 megawatt solar farm near every substation in rural counties. You could have one to handle the base load of every single substation, and that energy stays local at that substation. And I don't know how many substations there are in the county, but there's probably a good 100 of them, and that would lead to a more resilient electric grid. With the Google AI data center that's going into Fort Wayne, that data center is expected to I believe, consume close to the equivalent of the rest of the city of Fort Wayne, just in one data center. And there's more of those coming online. I believe there was an article just in Bluffton Banner recently talking about how, the energy is, the grid is potentially less resilient. I think that if we don't invest in projects like these, I think our grid is at risk, and I know people don't want solar, don't want to live near solar, but people want electricity. I assure you that. I've gone well beyond the bounds of what I had planned, but so anyway, I'll just, there's lots of benefits. I'll just keep it short here. Millions in tax revenue, local jobs for, during construction and long-term maintenance. And of course, strengthen energy security, right? So with all due respect, I just don't think it's wise for this committee to impose restrictions or ban solar outright. So let's be part of the solution. I'd be happy to answer any questions as well.
So before option 1, do nothing and leave the ordinance as is?
That is correct.
Okay, John.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Kevin Jackson.
Ron stole a lot of my thunder. But what he said, I think we all listened to, because he's correct on that. I've heard a lot of things, and I am pro-solar. I don't want you guys to do anything with the ordinance. Let it stand on its own. Let the companies that are involved either fail or survive. I am involved in a solar project with one company. I've got nothing but good things to say about them and the way they treated me, how they approach things. They've been upfront. So don't let a bad character confuse your judgment. The other thing is, where's the property rights of the farmers? And I understand that we don't want to talk about that, but I do have a right as an American. That's what America was founded on, was property rights. I should be able to do what I want to with my ground, within reason. Okay? The other thing that he mentioned that I think we need to talk about is when we grow corn and beans, and I am a farmer, we grow corn and beans, what are we doing? We're farming the sun. That's simply all we're doing. Solar is a little more efficient than what corn and beans are. And the efficiency is increasing every year. The other big thing is and I know we're not supposed to talk about the money implications, but where's our tax base going to come for our school district, especially in southern Wells County? We don't have a tax base besides farm ground. Where's that going to come from, and how are we going to keep that school open in the future? Additional tax base. So this is our economic development for that end of the county. How many of you guys, and I realize, 20 years ago when the Pekin Power Plant came in, several of you guys were sitting on this committee. We have an industrial energy production plant in Wells County now. I'm a close neighbor to it. Took a little while to get used to them, but I tell you what, they've been great neighbors. I've worked on them with a couple of drainage projects, super people to work with. I'm glad they're there. And at that time, that was kind of a no-brainer for the Area Plan Commission, for the commissioners, because that was a third of our tax base at that time. I agree with that. There's no reason why the solar family can't be that same way, a valued component of our community. As far as, I want to clarify one thing that was in the newspaper on Tuesday. And Jared, I think you were quoted on this. Where's our energy going to come from in the future? Because we're definitely going to run out of electricity. And I don't know about you folks, but it's a major inconvenience when my power goes out. There was a comment that said, well, why don't we just run the Pekin plant more? It can't be. Because of the pollution permit they've got, it's a minor source permit. They're regulating on how many days a year they can run that, on how many tons of nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide that they can produce. They're maxing that out as much as they can. Along with, that's one of the most expensive ways of producing energy. So that option's out unless you build another plant. So I'm for it. I think we ought to leave it alone. I don't think it's right that we change the rules in the middle of the game like we've done. We've done that on the windmill farm. I understand people don't want this in their backyards, but let me tell you, I've got one in my backyard. You get used to it.
Thank you. Diana Collins. Do you not want to speak? Okay.
That's fine. Thanks, Diana.
Marl Everetts.
Okay, my name is Mark Everetts, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the board here. I live at 2480 West 300 South, Liberty Center. Recently moved there, and I'm not interested in having a solar farm by my residents. So I'm categorically opposed to commercial solar. Private use, fine. I've looked into powering my residences with solar twice over the past 5 years. it's about a 10-year payback on a residential basis. And you look at the amount of land that is required to cover the 3% that the previous gentleman talked about, 3% of the area of Indiana, that's 19.4 acres per square mile. So do we want to drive past solar 20 acres out of every square mile? Personally, I do not. There's other viable ways of producing energy. And with the solar credits running out, I believe this is a push to get this, well, it's an existing project, right? So it still qualifies for those incentives. So I'm also curious as to why this came up again, because a year ago, I thought it was put to bed. No solar. Here it is again. Why doesn't the elected officers of Wells County listen to the residents? I mean, after all, they're elected to represent us, not to represent businesses that want to come in from the outside. So that's all I've really got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Brooke Cushing.
Okay, well, when I came, I had a whole thing that I was going to talk about, and then after our discussion here, then of course you said you wanted to know which one we're for, and I'm for a, what'd you say, draft option 2, so no grandfather, no large scale, period. That's what I'm for. But since I'm here, and I have your undivided attention, I guess, maybe not. I just wanted to bring up a couple of things that I don't think I've heard anybody else talk about as far as concerns for those of us who are going to be surrounded by it. In my case, I live on 3 1/3 acres, and according to the map and where the solar arrays are supposed to go, it looks like I could be surrounded on 3 sides of my property. Something that people haven't really talked about tonight is property values. I know that the solar companies talk about how solar arrays don't have any negative impacts on property values, but all of the studies that they've done are for smaller installations, not for any of these larger ones that they're talking hundreds of acres. And they only did studies on properties that are impacted on one side of their property. So for those of us who are going to have it on 2, 3, and maybe some people even 4 sides, those numbers go out the window. So those studies don't mean anything. So if anybody that thinks that a home that's boxed in on 3 sides by 8-foot barbed wire fencing and solar panels that are 15 feet high won't impact a home's value in the eyes of a prospective buyer, then you've never heard a realtor say location, 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 or a code appeal. Those things matter. Another thing I don't think anybody else has brought up about septic systems. Everybody that lives in the county has a septic system, depending on how theirs is set up, whether it's a finger system or a mound or whatever, but I'm pretty sure most of them tie in somewhere to a field tile in an adjacent field that's next to them. So when they come in and drive these piers in every 10 feet to burn all these panels on it, they're going to do damage to those field tiles that are out there. What happens when that causes the water coming off of my property to stop and now it starts backing up on my property? So that's another concern that I have. I hate the fact that this issue has driven a wedge between family members and neighbors and, coworkers or whatever, because some people are just vehemently opposed and other people think it's the greatest thing ever. I just think that there's got to be a better way. I know there's other options out there for generating energy. I know that we need more. I know that we're going to need even more in the future. I just don't think that solar is the way to go with that. I don't blame the farmers 2 of them that have signed leases are my neighbors. I'm sure that the solar companies made big promises to them, and I'm sure some of the people are in situations where they feel like they don't have any other option because either their family members don't want to take over the farm or whatever other extenuating circumstances are. But as far as that goes, I think there's got to be other options for helping the farmers and helping the community at the same time, and valuing everybody's property rights, not just the ones who are going to stand to gain financially from leasing their property. So I appreciate all your time, and God bless. Thank you.
Brandon Harnish.
Thanks a lot. So, for the record, Brandon Harnish, Wells County Council. I've talked to you all before. I won't repeat myself. I want to make one abstract point, and then I want to ask a few questions about the ordinance that we've been discussing, and then I want to speak to option 2. The one point I want to make, no one in human history, until basically 10 minutes ago, has ever claimed the property right to cover 3,000 acres of farm ground in steel and glass. That's a made-up right. It's a progressive innovation forced on rural people. It's forced on us by people who, by and large, won't have to live around it, but will profit from it. That's my abstract point that I wanted to make as it concerns property rights. So on the ordinance, what are the current setbacks?
The current setbacks?
Yeah.
It's 200 feet from a non-participating property line, 400 feet from a non-participating residence, and then it's zoning district setbacks from there.
Okay. I wanted to speak to the spirit of the ordinance that's before you. I participated in sort of just creating the rough draft that was eventually given to the commissioners and then presented here, and obviously that draft was not, it needed to be reworked to be consistent with the sort of structure of the Area Plan Commission code or the ordinances that you guys have on file, but yeah, sorry about that, Rick. I was saying that ordinance had to be reworked, but I did participate in it, so again, I wanted to speak to the spirit of the ordinance, and the idea behind it was to ensure that the existing characters of Wells County community, the existing character of those communities are maintained. Instead of dropping industry in the middle of nowhere, my intention was to ensure that we were creating an ordinance that would place industry in industrial areas, which I think is and correct me if I'm wrong, feel free to interrupt, but I think that's something that this board takes seriously, is generally maintaining the existing sort of character of a community. So we wanted to put together an ordinance that this board would feel like it was consistent with the board's values and sort of your general approach. So part of my thinking was that cities historically grow from a center outward. And I think the original ordinance contained some language about solar being within a city limits. Does that sound familiar? Was that removed? Okay.
That was not part of it.
That was not part of it, okay. So in the ordinance currently, the rule on medium solar is that it would have to be within a property zoned I-1, I-2, L1, or B3. So I guess my concern on that is, 50 acres is not, it's not 3,000, but it would potentially be enough to circle a homeowner's home. What are the concerns, what are we looking at in terms of, again, to the spirit of what was written was to ensure that if the factory wanted to use solar panels and purchase up to 50 acres for their operation, they could do that. Hence the shall be located on the same parcel, which I think would be amended to or adjacent, which I think that's a fair update. That's within the spirit of the ordinance, but my concern is if somebody were to put solar on, around a home or something like that, it's just not in an industrial area, just a zoning board just changes ag to industrial, somebody sticks 50 solar panels next to a home, and it's surrounded. So I don't need an answer right this moment, but I wanted to put that concern out there. Maybe it's not a problem.
If you don't mind,
go ahead, Jared.
I'll speak to that. So, as we were having that discussion, in the proposal that was submitted to the commissioners, there was language about has to be in the city limits. That was in that language. As we discussed that, and I think you're thinking of factories, there are a lot of other businesses, agribusinesses, that are located in the rural areas.
Okay.
So, and I can't tell you an example here in Wells County, but if you go on State Road 26 over towards Fairmount, go out that direction, I know there's a grain setup that somebody has. There's a bunch of panels out in front of it. My guess is they have a net metering agreement, knowing how long those panels have been there. They probably make electricity that goes onto the grid, and then when they're drying corn in the fall, it offsets the cost. And so I don't think we wanted to put somebody at a competitive advantage or disadvantage because their business is located out in the county. And so taking that has to be in the city limits out kind of does that, because there are a lot of other businesses besides just factories that might want to do it. That's a decision that that business owner needs to make. Does it pencil out for them? Does it, can they make it work? That's their decision. That's not our decision.
That's within the spirit of the original ordinance, was to allow for some small scale industrial, but just not covering 3,000 acres. That's kind of what we're, yeah. I mean, there seems to be a cap of 50 acres in what we're talking about. And then I suppose that there are definitions in here that involve kilowatts, and what we tried to do with this ordinance was move away from definitions that involve kilowatts, because if we were talking about 1 acre, just in theory, if we were talking about a 1 acre paddlefish project, we would not be here tonight. So what we tried to focus on was really the problem, which is the scale of these projects. If paddlefish could produce what they want to produce with 1 acre, I don't think it would be an issue, but that's why we're trying to speak in terms of acreage, because that gives a sense of how invasive or not invasive a project would be. So if there's a will by this board to change definitions to acreage and avoid the kilowatt discussion, I would encourage that, if only for clarity and to sort of just drive home the point that it really is the acreage that I think folks are concerned about, less the kilowatt. Now, I did want to mention a little bit, those are all my questions on the ordinance. So the county council, we passed an abatement ban 7-0. So no future projects will be coming to this county and receiving any kind of tax incentives whatsoever. This board voted unanimously no, pass, recommendation to the commissioners approximately a year and a half ago. The question of option 2, whether or not to sort of accept the liability, the legal liability, as one of 2 people in here who pay the county's bills and control the taxes, That's a difficult question, but as I sit here tonight, I do think some things are more important than money. And I don't know what the legal liability would be. I don't know what the financial liability would be. But I think I would encourage a option 2 decision and recommendation to the commissioners. No exceptions, no grandfather clause, come what may. If the council has to take certain measures to ensure that lawyers are paid and people are made whole, then that's our responsibility. But I don't believe that people should continue to live in fear that their homes will be surrounded on all 4 sides by solar panels. I changed my mind on that tonight. Earlier today, I spoke with some people sitting behind this table, and I said, well, I'm confident that if there was a grandfather clause, that it wouldn't go through anyways. And that's probably true. But I don't know that. I don't know that with a certainty, and the people of this county don't know that with a certainty. And after so many years of dealing with this, of uncertainty, I think it's time that this county give a little bit of certainty to the people who call this place home. So that's what I have to say about that.
Before you go, you answered one of my questions, and you said, obviously you can't speak exactly to that. Obviously you can't speak. Obviously you can't speak to how you would vote exactly. You don't know what's coming to you. You don't know what's coming to you. As far as our recommendations may be from this, but you did say you don't think that there is an appetite at the commissioners' meeting for anything other than outright opposition.
Council. To be clear, I'm on council, so I would...
What I mean to say.
And the council would not vote on this question.
I'm so sorry, I misspoke. But if you were in their shoes, would you be willing to vote, knowing that there's an option that there be lawsuits and that it could mean that, everybody in the county is tasked with burdening that burden?
It's a great question. If I was in the commissioner's shoes, I would recommend you grandfather paddlefish in and we kill it with process, because I know where I stand on this issue without a question. But I'm not a commissioner.
Right.
And certainty, if it comes at a cost, it comes at a cost. Does that answer your question?
Roughly.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to know, were you in their position? You've spoke with a lot of conviction, which I appreciate, but were you in their position, would you be willing to task the residents of the county with, let's say it was a guaranteed, would you be willing to task everybody with that?
I'm the one that would have to vote on a tax increase if we had to go down that road.
Yeah.
So, yes, I'm telling you that I would vote to do that if it gave certainty to people that their homes aren't going to be surrounded by solar panels. I don't say that lightly.
Okay. That's it.
That answers your question? Okay.
I got a separate question here real quick. I thought you mentioned it earlier, I just want to clarify. One of the significant questions I had about the ordinance as drafted was that it was focused on an efficiency standard defining large, medium, small. And most of the objection I'm hearing from the crowd relates to basically surface area. So if I understood right, you were at least involved in the drafting of the initial proposal. You're saying you would be okay modifying that language to define it as, maybe large, medium, small, as a surface area definition as opposed to an output definition.
Yeah, I see that there's already a rule there in point 2, section B, that a medium solar energy facility shall not take up more than 50 acres of property. So that essentially means that a large, I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding this, that would seem to imply that a large facility would be 51 acres or more. So a medium solar energy facility is capped at 50, nothing can go larger than that. And then, but I don't know what a small would be, at least not that I'm seeing unless I'm missing it, in terms of definition by acreage. Because really what we're talking about is just the degree to which a project is invasive. Because these projects, generally speaking, occur out on farm ground, you know, unless it's in the city limits, which was sort of it was in an early draft.
I was just going to say, that was a question I was going to bring up later after public comment was done, but you brought it up here, so I figured.
Do you like that idea?
Yeah, I think that accomplishes more of what I'm sensing the spirit of the original proposal did. Because, like any other technology, as it gets developed, it gets more efficient. And so, you know, a 5 kilowatt solar farm now might require more surface area than what it might in 5 to 10 years.
Right.
If the objective was to prevent people's land from being surrounded, I didn't want us to be, I guess, reducing opportunities or addressing something based on.
Well, that's kind of the idea, because if the technology improves, then why would we limit based on kilowatts? Since the problem is not how much power these solar panels produce, the problem is how much space they occupy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Jerry Baker.
1 megawatt would be how many acres, do you know, roughly? What's that? 1 megawatt.
Jerry Baker.
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. I really do appreciate it. On behalf of the landowners that are part of the Paddlefish project, I would like to speak in favor of that project because of personal property rights. I know what has been said, but when you individualize it, since my grandfather and grandmother purchased property in 1917, excuse me, we've been able to maintain those properties. We've produced corn, soybeans, and wheat with limited amounts of success based on variables that were out of our control. Commodity prices, input costs, several other things that all farmers know about. When the opportunity came along for a stable income with a different type of product called renewable energy, we thought that had some real advantages because of stability of pricing. That's our property rights. We feel to do what is best for our family and keeping the properties within our family structure. Also, I believe in the rights of the neighbors, and I think that the existing United Development Ordinance for Wells County provides protection for the county adjacent properties. In addition to the ordinance providing the protection, they have offered to provide a credit for the reimbursement of a good part of their monthly electric bills. So I believe in property rights for the owners of the land that's been leased to the solar company, as well as the property rights of the adjacent neighbors. Financial considerations. I've heard a lot talked about the finances that are not to be considered. I think they have to be considered, especially as you are likely aware, the state of Indiana, through Senate Bill 1, has made some major changes in property tax income for all local government units, counties, cities, towns, townships, schools, and any other taxing unit. They're going to be losing millions of dollars over the next 3 years. To bring that locally into Wells County, it's estimated that the taxing units in this county will lose between $4.9 and $5.5 million annually for the next 3 years. So I think that the discussion about how to replace some of that money has to be taken into consideration. Paddle Fee Solar and its $300 million taxable investments could help offset this loss within the county, allowing governments to avoid significant reductions in their budgets, which I think you'll be hearing about as the budgets for calendar year 2026 are prepared and published in the near future. And I think it will probably be more obvious in 27 and 28. Also, it will help and I realize the law allows for local income production to be encountered, but with a situation where tax dollars can be produced from tax incentives, local taxes may not need to be increased. Energy needs. We've talked about the need for energy in the future. I think that's a real need. We have heard that there's going to be shortages. There are shortages already in the state of Indiana. I think the need for additional production for energy is clear and urgent. I believe that clean, renewable energy is the answer to this problem instead of the fossil fuels that we've been using, such as coal, natural gas, and oil. None of those are extremely friendly, and the world's supply will not last forever. Change. I know one of the constants that we live with, all of us, is change. Just think of the changes that have occurred during your life and your forebears. Was everyone happy with all of those changes? Probably not. But we've either been happy with them or we have grown to accept them. I realize that change is not always easy to accept, and sometimes we accept it immediately, and other times it takes time to accept the change. Perhaps renewable solar energy production is an example of both types of acceptance. Summary, and this gets to your question about options in plain terminology. I don't know that I'm qualified to go into detail about option 1, 2, 3, 4, and all the details about it, but speaking in general terms, as I indicated in my email to you, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that both large and small, both large, medium, and small renewables energy projects are going to be part of the energy production in the future. They need to be, but they need to have rules and regulations to define them. I request that your committee reject the proposed solar ban on large projects and some of the restrictions on the medium-sized projects with a do not approve recommendation to the county commissioners. Instead of having a blanket ban on any type of project, solar or otherwise, I would hope that you would continue to evaluate each project on its merits and benefits to the county as you have done in the past. I guess based on that summary, I would have to agree with option one as being my favorite, one that I think will be appropriate and accepted in the future. And it's needed, I think, in Wells County to keep it and headed in the positive direction. Also, and to keep some energy being produced. I just think that that's the best way to go. But I think you need to be encouraged, though, to allow for medium-sized projects, I think, with reasonable restrictions. I think the ones that were originally proposed are not very realistic. When you're talking about a quarter of a mile setback, that's a ban on it financially. So I think that you need to have those and then evaluate each project on its own merits. I thank you for your consideration. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Kritzer? Tim Kritzer? Okay. Rick Johnlos?
I'm not gonna stand up here and repeat things everybody else has said, because everybody wants to get home and watch the last half of the football game, so I would just like to, for you guys to consider, whether, I think I'm for I know I'm for your number one option and not do anything, only because I hate to see restrictions on any kind of solar anywhere in the county. I think that's a dangerous path to go down, because there could be situations that arise in the future where we really do need a solar project. Maybe it's a solar, maybe it's something else, but in this situation, the solar. And I don't want to restrict us from being able to do that. And I'm just going to give you one quick example of where that could possibly be. And I don't think I'm out of turn on describing this. It's not my ground, it's ground I manage. I manage farms for a living. I've got 25,000 acres I manage, so obviously I've got all kinds of ground in all these projects. But this particular piece is on the north side of Bluffton. The Brickley family owns it. They've got 1,000 acres out there. They own all contiguous, and we really don't have many neighbors. We do. We obviously work with them, but I don't see why we couldn't put a 200, 300, 400, 500 acre solar project out there, especially to get more efficient as they're coming down the pike, and power half of Bluffton's power needs. I mean, but if you guys ban any kind of size project like that, would it take a special exception, or would you give a special exception for a situation like that? But I guess why go there if we don't have to go for special exceptions? I'd like to see it stay open so we can do potentially good. To me, that would be a benefit to everybody. Everybody in this room, everybody, especially this people, city limits of Bluffton. Because as this stuff gets more, like I said, technology gets better, we might be able to produce solar energy cheaper than anything else. And I would think that 300-400 acres of solar out there would be a lot better than putting a power plant out there. I think it's time for Wells County to wake up a little bit and figure out that this power, this energy, electric thing, we've got to probably produce some of our own. And that means something here within the county, whether it's solar or another power plant or something, but we're going to have to face those issues. And it's going to be somewhere. It's going to be in somebody's back door. We get that. But like I said, I just hate to close doors on potential projects and opportunities for us at the county level, because we might need them down the road. I think putting ordinances on and regulations on that shuts those doors is not good. It's probably not good for our future electric needs. It's probably not good for business, to be honest with you. It just kind of shuts the door on other potential, things that come down the road. I think it sends a bad message. Thank you.
Thank you. Simon Stern? Simon? No?
He's passing.
He's passing.
Okay, all right. Vicky Feel?
Okay, thank you. I am not Vicky, so, but I'm reading from a note that she wrote.
What is your name, ma'am?
Cheryl Peters. I'm also on the list.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so, but I'm going to shorten this a little bit. Sure. Better?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so, Vicky says in her letter, she's a farmer's daughter, and she is also here from Wells County. She was visiting Colorado, and Jack Solar is located in Colorado, a young man who acquired a family farm that produced hay. His family lived on loans and farm subsidies. He had no intentions of living this life after obtaining a degree in agriculture. He worked for international agriculture organizations, saw agrivoltaics in operation, came home, fought his local government to convert his family farm to agrivoltaics. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that. And he won, and today he's a model for small farmers and communities on this topic. She goes on to say that CBS recently did a story about a family who's raising sheep on their land in conjunction with solar panels and has a habitat of pollinators.
You push the mic closer to you. Yeah.
Okay.
No, just push it all the way up to your mouth.
Like slide the whole...
Slide it, yeah.
Slide the whole thing. Okay,
There you go.
here we go. Okay.
You're not the only one.
Anyways, she continues to go on that she thinks the taxes from this project will support the revenue base for years here in Wells County. She also states that two of Wells County's elected officials involved in this case believe in the value of solar. Michael Vanover has solar panels at his home. His brother Greg Vanover, who sits on the Board of Education for Southern Mills, also has the solar panels. And so if it is good enough for them, then it should be good enough for residents and taxpayers of Wells County. So I think she's, again, going for option number one.
Yeah, sounds like...
Yeah. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If she's on the list, does she want to take her turn?
Do you wish to speak as well, or?
Myself.
As yourself, yes.
Yeah, just, thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. So my name is Cheryl Peters, born and raised in Wells County, farmer's daughter myself. So I'm here to support option number one for all the reasons that have been already stated. I want to have landowners have the option to support their selves with solar if it would ever come to that. I don't know that the way we do things now with the crops and winters, that's always going to be sustainable. Subsidies could go away. Markets can go away. The prices go up and down. I never heard my dad say he had a great year. So, I know that they would have an agreement with solar energy that it would be finite. It's not gonna fluctuate. So I think the landowners should have the last say on that. And again, if you shut people down, they won't look at Wells County for anything, for business. So I think it's better for business to keep things open. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Don, Avey?
Good evening. Is this on?
Yeah, you just got to get it real close, Don.
Okay. Well, I had a whole page for you too, but the night turned different. But I am going to read the first paragraph. My name's Don Avey. I had a contract with AES for a solar farm on my property, but AES canceled my contract because Wells County refusal to look at the facts about solar. So I'm not here for my pocketbook, but what I think is best for Wells County. Before I signed a contract with AES, my family went down and toured a solar farm in Tennessee. It was clean, no smell, no house, no noise, and there was a housing addition being built right across the road from it. So people say their property value is going to go down. They probably will in the beginning, while everybody's up in the air about it. But within a few years, it'll go back down. And John, you talked about they're not producing any more farm ground. You are correct. But on our farm ground, if you go back 15 to 20 years ago.
Please make sure you're speaking into the mic. I appreciate it. Yep.
I was facing John, sorry.
I know.
But on our farm ground, 15, 20 years ago, 200 bushel corn was a dream, pipe dream. Now, we're looking at 250, 225, 250, farmers hitting 270. We're not happy if we're down to 200. We're producing more crops than we can use. Crop price is below people's cost if you figure what the price of ground is worth. So bringing in money from something else like solar just makes sense for taxes for Wells County. I mean, we're talking about a wheel tax now. Why are we doing that? We need more taxes. So turning down solar just doesn't make sense. Second, the power grid. Power grid is a confusing thing, but the way I understand it, if we put a solar farm in here, the power will be used at the closest place. Now, the company that builds it has the right to sell that power to New York or to wherever they want, whoever wants to bid it the highest. But they got to get power, they got to pay then to have that power transferred across those big lines to get it to them. That costs a lot of money. So usually, local electric companies will buy that and keep it here for us to keep our price down. But even if they did build it and sell it to somebody else, we're still going to use that power. It's going to come off the grid here. We won't have these solar outages or power problems. Solar makes sense all the way around. People are just scared because it's something new. Brooke, I hooked your septic system in. That water was going the opposite way of the solar field we were going to put in, but it doesn't matter. Our field's done. So, I thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Bob Miller.
I'll keep mine very brief. I think the gentleman in the blue sweater said things very well behind me, so I think it should be option one. Let the free market work and judge every project on its own merit. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate you.
You know, my instinct as a teacher wants to call on you, but I can't. I'm sorry.
I didn't tell you what option.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Do nothing.
Option one. Okay. Thanks, Don.
At this time, we have exhausted the list of people that signed up to speak.
It's okay. So if you signed up and you didn't get to speak, come on up. It's fine. We'll get to you.
My name is Megan Dunham. I am a resident of Wells County. I've lived here pretty much most of my life. Moved away, came back, wanted to raise my family here. One question I have is to the people that are saying, oh, energy, 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 more energy. Why are we not talking or why are we not talking nuclear down the road instead of solar? The footprint is minimal compared to what solar is. Like, we're talking, I think I did a little research for when comparing industrial scale facilities, nuclear power plants have a significantly smaller land footprint than solar farms for the same amount of the electricity generated. So, for example, the land footprint comparison per 1,000 megawatt output to generate the same amount of annual electricity as a 1,000 megawatt nuclear power plant, an industrial solar facility requires 45 to 75 square miles of land. That's a lot.
Megan, to answer your question, it's the quickest fix.
It is the quickest fix, but is it the right fix?
That's what we're debating, but that would answer your question. It's the quickest fix. People are scared of nuclear because of two words, and...
The unknown.
No. Nuclear meltdown.
Yeah, nuclear meltdown.
We have Chernobyl, and we still have Sendai, Japan. So we have some situations with that, and if we were discussing nuclear, we wouldn't fill a football stadium with the denials and the people that are like, no way. So to answer your question, the reason that solar is being considered is because it is the fastest Band-Aid for the gaping wound of the power need that the country is facing.
But you just said it, the gaping wound.
Yeah, and a nuclear power plant's going to be 10 years down the road before it's up and running, and it's going to be, so it's the fastest solution.
But is it the right solution, guys? And I don't think it is.
And I guess I'm going to say, since I'm involved in a lot of legislative things now at the State House, the state has somewhat fixed the nuclear problem. That if you want to build a nuclear plant somewhere where there's already a power generation facility, we don't have any say in it. We won't be having these meetings.
Right.
It's a done deal.
So they have control.
Whenever somebody figures out how to make nuclear cheaper,
right,
then once again, we won't be having these meetings because the state's already said, locals, you don't have the capability to decide this. State's going to decide.
So it's going to be state level. Okay.
Yep.
So that's something that we did not know and that we're happy to know now. I am for the fall solar ban because I do think there are better options out there. Option 4, for sure. As far as property rights go, I'm all for property rights until it encroaches on your neighbor. And that's what's happening with these acres upon acres upon acres upon acres of solar panels. I don't think it's right. I don't think that, I'm sorry, Don, but there's people that if that solar array went in, they would have been surrounded on all three sides of their homes. All three sides. And that's not right. And it would have been close. We would have been looking straight out our window at literally a square mile of solar panels if that would have went in. I'm glad it didn't. And now the one going in Southern Wells, there's people that are going to be looking out their windows and looking at seas upon thousands of acres of solar panels, and they don't want that, and we don't want that. I don't think anyone does. I've talked to a few people that, from other states that are around solar panels. Most of the communities that those solar panels were built around, most people have moved away. The properties that are adjacent, that the peoples that did move away are being condemned and taken up by either the solar companies themselves to expand their ongoing solar things, or they're going to flippers or developers, and the developers, even if they are developing the land and putting housing additions on them, they're not getting a whole lot of bites for those, because no one wants to move in next to a solar field. And the ones that do it only because it's cheap, because they can get the property or the house for cheap. And that's what a lot of younger people, especially my age, that can't afford a house, what are their options? Because the housing market's not great. anywhere right now, so. But again, mine is number 4.
Thank you, Megan.
Megan, I just want to make sure that you know, we did call you. You were number 1 with your husband. I just want to make sure you know we did not. Okay. Just want to make sure you know that's okay. I just want you to know we did not intentionally. You're good. Okay.
Okay.
Unless you'll find I'm Darwin Gardy. Wish I could take a piece of paper down and write all the different thoughts of her. I've literally spent hours, hundreds of hours in solar, looking into solar. I don't know if you guys have spent hundreds of hours looking into solar and what it is. The information we've got over the years has changed dramatically since these companies came around in 2018 and started promoting these solar panels with their professional people to sell their product. And what we have found out is they've come into communities, especially the rural small communities, and got the farmers and stuff signed up. They snuck in underneath them because they didn't know what's going on, and they made these big promises. Now we're finding out that these promises that have been made about solar is not happening. We see several states. Look at California. One of the things about here, how this is going to make so much energy, and it's going to produce. They have the blackouts all the time. These efficiency, the guy talked on earlier, mentioned about he had on his house, and he's an engineer. Great, they do produce some energy. But solar panels, most efficient solar panels are around 15% efficient. Now you start getting dirt on them, they put chemical spray on them, which drains off, so they don't get dirt and dust and debris on them and different things like that. You start taking the age and efficiency, and they're only 15% efficient, they're going to drop down. Solar panel, if you look up, is it's probably the least efficient thing there is out there. There's other options out there that are more efficient. Also, I hear a lot of things about money. Either I'm getting money, or it's going to cost us money, or what. Lawsuits. These companies, solar companies want to put some bluff on you too. You have rights to sue back too. The community people we have here. You talk to Mary McCall of Kentucky, and she deals with a lot of lawsuits for people who are fighting solar and stuff and all that. We have property rights. I believe it might be Amendment 5 in our state constitution. We have personal rights. Also, I know the farmers here will say, we'll have a right to sign up and do this, but we also have other personal rights that are afforded to us who has those properties. And those, if you start looking into this, the more you look into it, there's a lot of lawsuits now that are going back. You're worried about your commissioners in your county. There's lawsuits being filed against counties because our personal rights were violated. It's just not the solar company who says they can sue you to scare you. It's also, we have a right too, and they're happy, and you're seeing that they're being granted those rights on those going there. So, I'm not, your people, overall, majority of people don't want this project, the large industrial solars. That's industrial, that's farmland, it's agricultural. On the small profits, one thing I also look at, you're talking about the medium project there, you need to decommission on that too. You're going to find out what it costs. Several states, state of Illinois, one of those great liberal states, they won't even take the stuff no more when it's decommissioned. Where are you going to take these panels at and stuff when they're no good no more? A storm hits them and breaks them up. A fire costs there. These things they're going to have their troubles too with them. In like states, the cost to get decommissioned those, you need to think about at the 50-watt ones, there's money put out for that, also the large-scale ones. Like I said, for personal people wants it, that's great. I think these small projects need to be for the company that wants them so they can have them. It needs to be for their company, not to be sourced out also. But I would ask you ban all the large industrial solars projects and all that. I appreciate you listening to me. I could go on hours about different things, but I appreciate it, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to reconsider my previous rejection.
Mr. Plummer, come on up, sir.
I was here before. My name is Randy Plummer. I am a participant in the Invergy Solar Project in Wells County, in Jay County, and construction has begun on that project. Everything has gone the way that they said it would. When the project was started, there were acreage in the southern part of Wells County that was contracted with Invergy as a part of that project. Then Wells County developed their solar ordinance, and Invergy decided that the Wells County ordinance was too restrictive, and all those contracts in the southern part of Wells County were all canceled because of the restriction of the Wells County ordinance. Then, as history continued, what happens is Paddlefish decides how they can still build a project with the Wells County restrictions, and then we make the decision after they comply that we're not going to allow them to build, even though they were going to comply with the Wells County restrictions, and that's the reason we have the fear of the lawsuits. And in my opinion, when I've sat on this board and you establish an ordinance, you establish the rules, and someone meets the rules, then you go and tell them that, sorry, we're not going to go with your project because we don't like it even though you meet the rules. There are probably high-dollar lawyers that are just waiting for a chance at this case, and we've already talked about what that liability can be. I think high-dollar lawyers already make too much money, and I'm not in favor of supporting them with any more lawsuits like this one that gets obligation of the Wells County taxpayers to pay the bill for the legal fees to defend yourself. So I would favor option one, or at least the grandfather clause for the one project that has already been initiated. Mr. Harnish is probably right. Just because we allow the project to go ahead doesn't mean it's going to happen. There are a lot of restrictions that are coming on projects, and but things keep changing as panels get more efficient. That may make a project economically viable where it wasn't viable before. A couple things that I've heard that I don't really agree with is that people's houses are going to be surrounded by solar panels. If you review your restrictions, they're not surrounded. There's more acreage around a residence that's not allowed panels than there is the acreage that's in the residence. So you're not surrounded. They're beside you at the distance of the restrictions that you've already put in place. I also hear lots of comments that we need to save farm ground for farming, and yet last year the USDA bid an additional 1.2 million acres into the CRP to pay farmers not to farm it with your tax dollars, and it produces nothing. And I would venture a guess that there's no one here who's protesting against a solar project that is concerned about saving farm ground that made any comments to their senators or representatives about the farmland that the government has taken out of production and paying people with your tax dollars to produce nothing. So if you think the farm ground is so valuable, why do you allow the government to pay high dollar prices for it to take it out of production and produce nothing of any value at all?
It's a fair question.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. One and done, brother, I'm sorry. Yeah, just for the sake of time, we're pushing 10:30 at this point, so thank you for your comments. Most especially, thank you for your civility and your politeness through it. Sometimes emotions can get the better of us, and that didn't happen tonight, and I want to thank you for that. So appreciate that very much. I'll officially close the public portion of this, and...
All right, before you officially close it, could I ask if it's all right, let me know. My mic's off again. I'm sorry, folks. If it's all right, is there anybody here from Paddlefish that would like to come up and be a member of the public today and speak? Maybe say their piece?
So, my name is Ian Kragowski. I'm the Director of Development for EDF Power Solutions, and we are the developer that's working on the Paddlefish Solar Project. I chose not to put my name down for speaking today, primarily because I think this ordinance issue is a community issue, and while it affects the project, we're not deciding on the project today necessarily.
Right.
So, happy to answer questions as best I can, but that was sort of my perspective on this. Did you have a question specifically about?
I just wanted to know if, at this point, it's, we're talking about ordinances, and so at this point, you're effectively like a member of the public at this point. But it is your project that we're speaking about, and I didn't know if maybe you guys, had anything to say, with respect to what you've heard here tonight. Or if at this point, the board has any questions for these folks.
I think it would be better to ask which option 1, 2, 3, or 4 do you like?
Well, going through the process the first time didn't work out that great for the project, so I feel like you've got a good ordinance in place with strong protections for folks, and as was brought up here, not making changes to the ordinance doesn't guarantee that the project gets to go forward. So, I'm kind of if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy. Obviously, I liked having the opportunity to try to come back with a better product, hopefully in partnership with folks in the community to take another run at it. So we would be in favor of keeping the existing ordinance as is.
I do have one question, because there was a issue brought up earlier about maybe changing our ordinance in regards to acres versus megawatts. So how many acres would it take to make 1 megawatt?
So Michael's rule of thumb of 4 acres per megawatt is a pretty good one. We're usually a little more conservative and think around 5 acres per megawatt. Usually that takes into account the need to stay out of wetlands and consider setback requirements and things like that. So.
Okay.
Sweet. All right. Thank you, guys.
Before you go, I have a question.
Sure.
Why are you always chiming in so late down there?
Sorry, well, I never know when it's appropriate for me to speak. Turn it off.
That's kind of fair.
You just hit the mic on me.
Is your mic on?
Yeah, it's on this time. You guys intend to sue us if this doesn't go?
Wow. Wow.
No comment. Plead the fifth.
All I can say to that is those types of decisions are made above my pay grade. What I have been tasked with is to come and try to figure out a way to make this project happen outside of any kind of legal action. I'm a project developer. I'm here to try to, find a way to make it work.
There was a lot of, you guys emailed me quite a bit to meet and things, and I sent a question, but it was never answered. When you came a year and a half ago and you had your presentation, you had epic landscaping. It was second to none, trees, all of that. Would you do that?
Everything that we presented in that
in that application, we consider an obligation.
Okay.
Yes.
I just got a quick question about the investment. I think I had seen somewhere in here that we were talking a $300 million investment. Is that the amount that has already been dedicated, or is there a certain amount that, less than that we're sitting at right now?
So the economic development agreement contains language in it that is a minimum investment amount, and that is regardless of how much it costs to actually put the project in the ground, that's the minimum amount that the project would be taxed on. So when we talk about the $300 million, candidly, right now, it would likely be higher than that, but there's a minimum, there's a floor, so that we cannot be assessed at lower than that.
I guess I'm curious on whatever today is, September 4, do we know what the investment is as of today? That's already been...
Oh, what we have...
That's already been put into motion, I guess.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, no.
That's fair.
It's an attorney question.
All right, you're off the hot seat.
Are you, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so just one more thing before we go. So I'm Jacob Bernal, I'm a co-project developer with Ian here. And, I just wanted to add that while Ian was correct that, we're here, we didn't put our names on the list because we wanted to give residents and landowners the chance to speak. Now we have the chance to speak. Generally, we are trying to do a better job of both taking questions, responding to questions, putting information out there with the community. So we held a webinar that anyone could attend a couple weeks ago. We're going to do more of them, and we want to take in questions and get feedback from folks. So I wasn't on the project a year and a half ago when we went for the permit hearing. Decisions were made about the project at the time. We're a new team. We're trying to approach things differently. So,
fair. Thank you.
I have a question, and I don't know if this is for you, but of course, I live down in that area. The problem that
Welcome back.
arises is not knowing why we are taking farm ground out. I mean, there's, at the airport in Indianapolis, they have tons of solar panels. Why not solar panels on the airport up here? Why not solar panels where there's not farm ground? I mean, to take good farm ground out of production just seems silly when there's other places you could put it. So I don't understand that.
So I absolutely respect your opinion on that, and there's two reasons why we picked the farm ground. One has to do with the electrical grid and where there's space basically to inject new power, and that part of Southern Wells is a good spot for that. The other part was mentioned here. The farm ground is flat. It's easy to construct these. It allows us to charge less for the electricity.
And can you say, you're not the electricity people, but can you say that electricity would be here? The DPL plant that we have down there, I always heard that was shipped somewhere else. So would that electricity stay here?
So the individual who said that electrons are lazy was correct. In some respects, it's an imperfect analogy, but it is kind of like putting water in a pipe. It's not exactly the same, but you could think of this as connecting to like a city water main. It's like the big pipe, right? And so power that's coming to places in Wells County is being pulled off of those lines at different substations. So some of that power will come here, but that power is going on those lines, and it gets transmitted kind of wherever it's needed. Now, power gets used kind of in close proximity to where it's generated. That's probably not the right way to say that. You can tell I'm not an engineer. But skips a generation. But power, it gets used as it hits those lines, and then it comes off. It sort of gets used in proximity, and it goes out depending on how much you're generating. So that's kind of the best way to think. I'm not sure if I made that any clearer or not.
Yeah, and also, so this project, as we all know, it's It's quite large, 350 megawatts. That's about enough power to power about 65,000 homes. How many homes are there in this county?
I don't know, 15, 18,000.
Way more than that, way less than that.
I think it's like 11 to 13,000 or something.
A lot less than 65,000.
So, you know, as you can imagine, there's more power going out of there than there is coming here, staying in here, but it is also covering the needs of the county.
As a science person, it's basically like a fire hose with lots of little needle holes in it.
And I understand we would ship that out, okay?
The main flow is going to roll, but it's also going to wet everything as it goes.
And one other thing, and this probably isn't really the reason why I'm passionate about the farm ground also is I've also heard a lot from farmers that they rent this ground. Okay, so Rick John Lowe's was up there. He is a manager of properties, and they rent these properties, and, you know, they're not going to have those properties to rent. So our farmers are going to be really hurting in this community.
But they've also leased.
Sorry, Mr. John Lowe's.
I'm just.
It's fair, but it's between these two.
Send me a text, I'll put it up.
I'm not criticizing the idea as much as that's what I've heard from them. They're losing their income by a lot because of it. So that was just my comment on that too. Why we're taking farm ground out. That's why I would be passionate about that.
I think we're going to be good on that. We good? Thank you, gentlemen, appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, the public comment is officially closed. Board members, it is kind of our time to discuss a little bit here what you believe. Kind of my chicken scratch summaries, board members. Public comment, we had 11 and a half, because of Mr. Plummer. We had 11 and a half with do nothing. We had half with the option 1, and we had 9 in favor of option 2. That's kind of where the scales weighed out tonight. So a slight favor of do nothing, and then pretty even. So the do nothing won by about 2 votes, give or take. So the one thing I wanted to say, just so the board members are aware, I am a commissioner appointed member of this board, and I need you to understand that the commissioners are well aware of the risk. They're well aware of that risk, like Mr. Harnish had stated before. Kind of to put it in a nutshell, the commissioners want to know from us what we want, regardless of the risk. They have the decision-making power, and so what we need is not to act out of fear or whatever. What we really need to get an idea of what is it this board wants. That's what the commissioners want to know, not just what do the commissioners want us to do. What do we want? What do we feel about the 4 options? Where are we at? After public comment, after all of that stuff. And so I'll open it up to you guys. What do you want?
I know I read in the paper, I don't live in Bluffton, but work in Bluffton. And I know there was a bit of an uproar and a lot of controversy when Bluffton voted on that new wheel tax. And so I think there's merit to possibly going forward with 3 of the options, even though 2 of those 3 weren't really discussed. But for people that were really upset and had really strong feelings about Bluffton implementing a wheel tax because of declining tax revenue, I don't feel it's a particularly responsible decision to willingly subject ourselves to an even larger amount of tax that we would be paying if we had to incur contract damages and liability for that. So 3 of the options I think are worth moving forward on in some manner, but I'm really nervous about the idea of pulling the plug on the entire thing, knowing the liability that would bring.
You're talking about tax revenue. I'm not a financial wizard, but if these power companies are subsidized, that's tax money that we're paying. So where does this money magically come from? That the solar companies are saying, oh, this is what you're gonna get. Is it a big shell game? So, I agree with property owners' rights, but it's a kind of a two-way street for someone to build a nice house out in the country, and now they're surrounded by industrial solar panels. And I'm not against solar panels as such, but there's problems with big solar, large solar panels. Someone was talking about ethanol, for example. Well, geez, you can change your crop to something else, but once you put a solar farm up, you don't have that option anymore. You can't put another crop in. Granted, I like to flip a switch and have power, but at what cost? They're not as efficient or as clean as people make them out to be. And just one project in Indiana, 2.8 million panels. When they start going bad, there might be a few sold to homeowners or whatever. Energy loss, not too big a deal. All right, but what happens to those 2.8 million panels that have lead, cadmium, glass, silicon, the concrete that has to be busted up for the pillars? That's going to be a tremendous amount of waste in the landfills. Large solar, if someone wants to have a solar project, I don't have a problem with that. But another thing too, how did we get to this position that we're talking lawsuits? Is our procedure a little bit wrong? If the county already has signed contracts, how did that happen? Whatever.
I guess I'll say on the contract side of things, so when the wind farm was being discussed, and those that were on the plan commission at that time probably remember, when that development plan was presented, there were so many questions about, well, what's going to be in the decommissioning agreement? What's going to be in the road use agreement? What's going to be in whatever agreement? And so I think in this situation, instead of waiting until the development plan and then trying to negotiate all those things, and there were so many unknowns at the meetings, they negotiated that first. And they figured out what the road use agreement was going to be. They figured out what the economic development agreement was going to be. They figured out what the tax abatement was going to be, so that there was some certainty when they came to a development plan, or I guess I'll start with the overlay zoning district and then on to a development plan, so that there was some certainty and everybody kind of knew what the parameters were. Neither one worked. They both went haywire. Whether you have your contracts with the county first or you wait until the end, neither one is a good process. So I guess I'm going to mention something that Brandon talked about during his discussion, that the county council has voted unanimous to not support another tax abatement for another project. I think based on our decision that was made at the plan commission level and the overlay zoning district, the commissioners not overturning that decision, essentially, I think currently there's not a lot of appetite for a solar project. I guess I'll say it that way, that effectively there's a ban in place right now. If we do nothing, and I'm not advocating for it, I'm saying if we do nothing, I don't think that's going to change that any. Time might change that on all of our minds. That if there really is a need and that's the only option, we might all change our minds on, hey, maybe now's the time. We may never change our mind, but that will be decided by people on county council. That will be decided by the county commissioners. even if we do nothing, it doesn't mean there's going to be a project next week.
And currently, we heard that several solar companies just canceled their contracts because of the current restrictions.
And I think the discussion that we've had over the discussion and actions that we've taken over the last year and a half, I think there's other companies that have bailed out, and so does it mean there's going to be 5 projects in this county? Probably not. I don't think anybody can guarantee there's going to be 1 project in this county. Now, if we want to be really, really sure and, stick the stake in the heart, we can go down that path of just banning all of them. But I think we've effectively done that right now with the actions of the commissioners, the actions of the council, and our actions at the last zoning, at the overlay zoning request. We've essentially said no.
I can't hear what you're saying.
So if we do nothing, I think it's not going to change anything.
Do you want to do something?
I guess, if there's, so for me,
board, do you want to do something?
So listening to all of the testimony.
Yep.
Wrote down all the names. Most of them was looking up to see where very few people that spoke are in the paddlefish project area. Very few. There's people up by Miracle, there's people in Bluffton, there are people in that general area. I think the common theme is I don't want it close to my house, and I don't want to be surrounded by it. Okay. Earlier today, we had a CAFO at the beginning of the meeting. Setback for that's 800 feet. People don't want it close to their house, and the setback was 800 feet, our required setback. The closest house was basically double that. They exceeded it by a factor of 2.
Yeah, 1538.
There were still folks that weren't pleased with that number. Do we just make the setback from a house the same as a CAFO? Earlier, and I didn't say it at this meeting, but earlier I've kind of advocated, should we make it 1/4 mile? Would that make everybody happy? And the answer to that question is no, it's not going to make everybody happy. Does it make it better?
I do think something that is worthy of stating, a lot of people have said that they would look out their house and see solar panels. What you would look out your house is see screening, because the zoning ordinance today requires screening. That would be something to note. I mean, it is something worthy of acknowledgement that you wouldn't look out your house and see panels. You would look at your house and see a woods or a screen.
Yeah. And if paddlefish came through with the landscaping pictures that they did show, it would be nice, but there's a lot of trust issues there.
Like I said, I'm not advocating for the do nothing. What I'm saying is, if that is the end result, it's not really going to change the position of the commissioners. It's not going to change the position of the council. It's not going to change any of that. If that position changes, it's going to be over a time, and it's going to be because of another reason.
I don't agree, or I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I think you're right about the course of action, the direction this thing's flowing, but if I was looking for houses in the country, and even if it was 1/4 mile, I had to look at solar panels around me, I probably wouldn't buy that house. So the statement that the property values won't be impacted is not true. It's human behavior. Folks generally want a view if you move into the country. I think that's a fair statement to make. Not taking a side here on the solar panel issue itself, I wouldn't want a house sitting, next door.
And there was a study just published in the last few months. University study, University of Virginia, I think it was. Millions of sales of properties over a 20-year period dealing with, and it pretty clearly says could be about a -7% on a house for a period of time, not forever. I think it was 10 years, I think is what that study showed, that it's about a -7% on a house if the house was less than 5 or 10 acres, and I don't remember which. It's kind of irrelevant. Farmland value was about a 16 or 17% plus if it was within some area of that solar farm. So, I mean, there's data out there that shows there is a temporary loss of property value on a home. I mean, there is, like I say, millions of sales, lots of data. I mean, it's out there. So yeah, it's pretty hard to say it doesn't have any effect.
But isn't that because the housing market is in high demand right now, and if we have a housing boom,
Their study was over,
if there's more choices, people aren't going to go there.
their study was over a 20-year period, so kind of takes into account some of the ups and downs of the housing market.
I'll say a couple things clearly into the mic this time.
Oh, boy. So proud of you.
As part of my job, I get the privilege to fly in small airplanes quite often. And in recent months, I have flown all over this half of the country. Anywhere from taking off to 12,500 feet, looking out the window for hours at a time. We are not running out of land or farm ground, and you cannot hardly tell that there are solar panels until you're landing on top of the things. And when I get out of the airplane and I drive, I scarcely even notice the solar panels. In many places around the country, do not have them provide as much coverage to keep them from being seen as we're asking. So that being said, I want everybody to know, when you get up there and you look at how big this place is, we ain't running out of land.
Yeah, but counterpoint, we're just now getting ready to decide if we're going to open the gate or not.
Correct.
Open the gate and go back up in the airplane 2 years from now, see if that view looks the same.
And I had said it the last time, when we did the solar overlay, that is exactly what was happening to us, and that, in my opinion, probably the best thing to do was to wait a few years, because in a few years, Wells County will still have all of the things that made solar panels attractive, that made the county attractive to companies such as...
Proximity to the grid, et cetera, et cetera.
The amount of power lines that crisscross, our county is high, and there's a lot of power transmission coming down around the lakes. So we're in a good position for that, and we'll still possess all of those things. But a couple of things I want to say, and I don't know if these are questions that I'm posing or not, but should we force someone to farm a certain thing simply because other people want them to not do one thing? And should we force them to farm a certain thing just because we subsidize farming as a nation through various different programs, such as land set-asides, as Mr. Plummer brought up? How much land gets tied up for a single purpose and controlled by a single company before we need to consider how it affects everybody else in the county, and whose rights in that situation trumps whose? Because that's really what we're discussing here. It's their land, and they want to do what they want to do on it. And we're all, as a county, saying, that's an awful lot of land, and it's starting to affect the way I view my county, the way my business is affected, and the things that I see. The land is a resource, just like the water in the ground that we discussed with the CAFO. How much of it gets pumped out before it's a problem? How much land do we tie up for one thing before it can become a problem? Can we imagine if 2,000 acres of somebody said, I'm going to flood my land, and I'm going to put 2,000 acres worth of water on top of it? We probably wouldn't let anything like that happen. We'd say, you're sewing up a lot of the water that we have. Another thing I wanted to say is, one of the reasons that paddlefish was attractive to the county in the first place is because there was an economic agreement. An EDA, an economic development agreement, could be utilized. In which they provide money for things, or maybe the county provides back tax abatements. So we've already, as a county, put a moratorium on the abatements. So if we go one of these options where we say, we're just going to leave it as is. And if somebody wants to come in and put more large-scale solar in, by not having the option as an abatement for taxes, have we taken negotiating power of the county away from ourselves? Have we made it so that we can't get a good economic development agreement because we don't have that available to us anymore? So that should be considered when we say, if we say we should just go the route of just letting it happen, leave everything as is, and if they want to come in, come in. But it looks to me as though maybe some of our negotiating power is gone. And if they're going to come in, if anybody, for any project, for any reason, is going to come into our county and sew up such percentages of the land that our people possess, use, and rely upon, shouldn't everybody get a little piece of that? Say, hey, if we can make an agreement and get a few $1 million for schools, that's a good option. And I'd hate to see us do something that would take that negotiating power away.
That's a good point.
I'm going to say one other thing. So, as I said, I'm not advocating for the do nothing. If we choose the do nothing, I want to see us expand the setbacks from residential properties, from houses, not necessarily residential properties, from houses. I think in order to do that, we have to reduce the setback on a non-participating cornfield. A cornfield doesn't care if there's a solar farm next to it. I mean, let's be realistic. And right now, we have a 200-foot buffer from a cornfield, from a woods, from a whatever, the neighboring properties. I think we should reduce that and give that setback around houses. If that's where the problem is, I think that's where you make it up.
I think that's what Allen County did, wasn't it, just recently?
I don't know.
I read that in the paper that they changed their ordinance.
But I think that's the only thing you can do is you're going to have to give up setbacks one place to gain it somewhere else. As I said, a cornfield or a bean field doesn't care. The only people that care are people that live in the houses.
You want to preserve the usable acreage somehow.
I agree.
And if you want to keep those setbacks, it just makes the project area bigger. That's all it does.
I would support an increased setback for residents, and also would appreciate a project-by-project review considering the acreage that's tillable and not tillable be considered. If it's a 2,000-acre project and only 500 is tillable,
What do you mean by tillable?
Currently, I believe the last...
Land use number 4.
Yeah, I believe the project that was previously proposed was 3,600 square feet and 7 acres and 1,700 weren't tillable.
Yeah, we'd have to look at that. But yeah, there was in the lease properties, there was untillable acreage. Woods and other
Waterways or woods or right-of-ways.
Creeks.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pretty much if it doesn't have trees on it, it's not a, it's probably too long.
Okay.
I don't know if we're able to come to a decision on this tonight.
For the next time that we would discuss this, what do you want us to take a look at? I've got a note of things, screening adjustments to non-compatible land uses, adjacent property allotment for small and medium projects.
So, back to that, on the medium scale.
Yep.
I think the folks from Paddlefish kind of answered the question. I looked a little bit online. The 4 to 5 acres per megawatt number. So if you if 50 acres is kind of the threshold that we're looking at an acreage cap under current technology, we'll say that would be about 10 megawatts. Do we change back, I guess, on the median to say that it's the 250 to 10? I mean, it's essentially a 50-acre project. Is that, I know it's kind of hard, acreage cap and a kilowatt cap, and they're not going to be one and the same, and as technology improves, it's going to change.
I think we do have the opportunity to do an acreage cap. The hardest one will be the small.
I don't know that you need to do one on the small, but a 250 kilowatt would be about an acre.
So then the small would just be...
And then I'm going to ask the next question.
Acre or less.
Do we need to have a medium and small?
Maybe not, if they're the same
If it's
rules.
under 50 acres?
Right now, they're not the same rules. Small and medium aren't the same rules.
Yeah, because medium, you gotta have a screening.
Yeah. So
You would only, if we change it to where you don't have to screen it if it's an incompatible land use adjacent to you, do you need, I mean, does it matter at that point? Just throwing it out there. Or do you say if it's an acre or less, it's a small project, if it's 50 acre, between 1 and 50, it's medium, and...
I think there's an opportunity to look at that.
Okay. And I guess we're not going to necessarily decide tonight, right?
There's no way.
I guess I'm going to ask...
I mean, literally with public comment, pretty much dead even on 2 of them, and now we're now modifying that as a board discussion of, okay, well, we're gonna do nothing, but now we want to change the do nothing to do something. You know what I mean?
The do nothing...
Which is totally fine.
I guess the change on the do nothing is kind of what is in line with what is in the...
Number 2,
Yeah.
which would be amend Article 14.
Amend it a little bit.
Which no one voted for, but it's okay.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I get that.
So I could produce an option that just says that. That is literally the only amendment is changing the setbacks in 1408.
Are we coming back with 4 options again, though? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, well,
I think we might be shedding some of the options.
I think we are definitely going to
Want to be clear about that.
Yeah, we got to accomplish something here, so. Well, one of the things that was discussed amongst the board here, as well as from the public, was a case-by-case basis. And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong here, but didn't we shut the case-by-case basis down when we decided not to do an overlay district? Wasn't that the closest thing to a true
That is the case. That is the case-by-case district.
Yeah.
The P1 overlay district is a case-by-case basis.
So, so where I'm going with this is, that sounds to me like we already had a pretty good thing in place, and that maybe heading into the future, we should just be more careful with our economic development agreements, yes?
There's something you said?
That's a general question to the board. Well, I don't even know that those exist anymore if they voted unanimously to get rid of them.
So, well, that was pretty new. They would not do any new tax abatements.
Yes.
Tax abatements, which is one small tool.
A tax abatement is not a requirement in the economic development agreement. It is not. It is a part of one. It could be a part of one, but there's many things that can be in the economic development agreement, and the tax abatement is just one.
Yeah, it's one of the tools that...
And the zoning ordinance gives all the power to the commissioners and council to figure out what is in the economic development agreement. We decided to stay out of that. And it was purposeful. There has to be one. It could be one sentence, nothing. It could be 3,000 pages. We didn't care. It was, get one, work with these people, make one.
So your earlier comment about losing negotiation powers, they just lost a wee bit. One of the tools, yes.
A tool, yep.
So it's still there. I guess, I don't like to be inconsistent. When the board unanimously voted in one direction, and we had a public that was massively against a year and a half ago. And now we have, I'm not sure what we have. We have 50-50. We have some in support, some not. It appears that the people who were in support were not very vocal, and now they're becoming more vocal. So now we have to figure out, do we flip-flop? Do we do nothing? Because what was in place has prevented several solar place people from canceling, and what does allow would be people like Paddlefish who are willing to jump through the hoops. And we're saying, well, we got some more hoops for you by different tweaks. Do we stay consistent with what we are and what we do, or do we feel like we want to do something drastic? And I'm hearing general consensus that we're now, as I'm hearing all of you on the board, I'm hearing more of maybe what we have is pretty good.
I think if you look at what we have now and how it was created was, okay, it comes to the Plan Commission for kind of a technical review of a overlay district. And then there's a political decision made that the public has a direct influence on the people that make that decision, the commissioners. There has to be an economic development agreement. As Mike said, it could be one sentence. We're not giving you tax abatement and you're paying full rate from day one. That could be the economic development agreement. It can be we're going to give you 100% tax abatement and you're going to give us X number of dollars. Whatever's in that agreement is not our decision. That's a council decision, that's a commissioner decision. But there has to be a political decision made, actually two. One to do the overlay district and one for the EDA. There are two political decisions with 10 elected officials that have to make those. And then it comes back to us. And if that overlay district happens, then it's pretty much a by right. Do you meet all the requirements? Do you follow the rules? And if so, then you have a project. I think that was actually pretty well thought out. Now, I think there are people who would disagree with that and think that, oh no, we need to do, like I said, I think it was pretty well thought out. That there's a lot of steps to get to that finish line.
Well, I want to say that Jared, through this whole process, I said at the beginning, I didn't think that the overlay district was the correct tool and that an ordinance, to just let it fall through the normal ordinance process was the correct method. But having gone through the process, now twice, I think maybe I have grown a little bit, and I think I have heard the community say what they really want is a case-by-case basis. And that sounds to me like I might have been wrong, and that the overlay district may have been the best tool for that.
And I guess the next thing I want to say is if we go down the path of whatever option with the grandfathering, it's kind of still the same process. Still has to have, the only thing they have done is the economic development agreement. It's the only thing that's in place. Yep. Still has to go through this board for recommendations, still has to be approved by the commissioners, and then it still has to be a development plan to make sure that they met all the ordinance requirements.
I don't think anybody here tonight said they want a case by case. They either didn't want it or they do want it. That's what I heard.
I wrote that down in my notes. I wrote special exemption clause, like, what if somebody meets something? Because that, whatever the comments were, sparked that, like, do we look at it case by case?
Well, in any regard, I'd like to see the greatest energy spent on the option with a grandfather. And we'll see how it goes. We went down the overlay district we said, look, that didn't work. We're being, asked to review this. The options that are put in front of us are not the overlay district. They are, leave it as it is, ban it, or do something in the middle. And I, for one, at this stage, would like to see our greatest energy put into reworking the option with grandfather.
I'm personally with you on that, too. It's not a guarantee, like Mr. Harnish said, that it will even happen with what we have already, but I'm of the feeling of the grandfather as well, and putting effort into that. Left side?
Are they saying no change?
So are you saying option 3?
2-1.
2-1, which is yes, Melissa, option 3.
There would still be some modifications.
Yeah, we'd have to tweak it.
But I mean, there'd be modifications to the small, medium size.
Yes.
Yeah.
With that, there would be,
1408.
potentially there could be increased setbacks.
Yep, with the grandfather.
Setbacks to houses.
Would increased setbacks apply to any grandfathered?
Potentially it could.
Okay.
No, not the way it's written. No.
I'm confused.
Can we change that?
Good. I don't know. Yeah, we haven't learned anything, but the way that the grandfather status thing, yes.
So this said whatever it was in August of whatever, but we can change that to whatever date.
Yeah.
So,
We would have to,
That wouldn't be grandfather clause, would have to be reread.
Now, we've got to be reasonable on those setbacks.
Oh, yeah.
We have to give up some places to gain others.
Oh, yeah.
so are we saying,
Go ahead.
I'm confused, are we saying we're going to do the no?
No other ones other than the one that has an agreement in place.
2-1.
Okay.
So we're talking the grandfather clause plus the setback modifications, the acreage language.
Yep.
What was the other one? Innocent parcel versus same parcel?
Yep. And then if you want me just to pull just that stuff and do a change to the existing ordinance with no ban, then that would be the second part. So I guess I'd open that up. So 2-1 or not do nothing but amend.
Amend. So you would look at 2 and 3 to tweak for us to review next time.
You'd kind of put
Amendment of Article 1408.
Yeah.
And
2
then,
and 3 together, I guess. Or
Kind of, yeah. One would have everything but the
And one would have
removal and the other one would have it.
it.
Yeah.
now, this is, Jeff, you said this a year and a half ago. You said the sun will always be there. The land will still be there. So, worst case, let's say Paddlefish, let's say it goes through and it's the best thing since sliced bread. Okay? Probably not, but if it is, fine. Then, do we go back because it's so good and go back to what it was?
you always could.
There's no reason why you couldn't.
That's what my question was.
Which has been my approach to
Is this a one-way street that you can't turn back from?
Absolutely not.
Am I incorrect in saying that the only votes we got tonight were for 1 and 4? Not 2 and 3 at all?
There was a half on, there was a half vote on ours.
Did I understand that wrong?
My figures were a little different.
I'm just saying.
I do have a question on the setbacks. Jared said something about the setback on like cornfield, building fields, whatever is whatever.
It's 200 feet.
Okay, so if somebody wants to build, where does that end up?
Somebody wants to build a
say
house,
Yeah, like build
20
a
feet.
house.
there's no reciprocal version of it.
Yeah, they don't.
So once it's placed there, yeah.
No, well, they wouldn't be pulling up panels.
So that's
but
just,
yeah.
that looks good, so you can put your stuff there, but you gotta deal with it.
Yeah, so whatever the setback is not reciprocal. So somebody can then move into that area.
Yeah, my opinion is, with everything we discussed, with Mr. Stipe's input in the last meetings we've had, I feel that a good road to take is option 2.1, the amendment 2.1. I think we should put our energy into that. And then to look at the reasonable tweaks.
So on the setbacks, does anybody have strong feelings one way or the other?
I think you're the
What number we can give to Mike to say, put this as a placeholder?
It's 400 right now.
400 right now.
CAFOs are 800.
CAFOs are 800.
I'd like to match that.
Mathematically, if I've had some conversation on this 800, if you remove the 200, is about the same developable space.
I think you robbed Peter to pay Paul, but you created more space.
And that doesn't remove...
But Peter might not even live in this county. Paul does.
Ooh, Paul. I'm just gonna say, solar panels don't smell. I mean, your CAFO does. I mean, hence the larger, I mean, just, common sense here. I mean, the CAFO smells, and so I want it further away from my house. I understand that. The solar panel doesn't smell, but they both have the same, vegetative barriers.
Yeah, for two different reasons. One to take the dust out of there, and one so that you don't see it. I mean, yeah, but you're right. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and if the wind's the wrong way, it doesn't matter. It's true.
Let's blow backwards from time to time.
Yeah, and so the wind doesn't matter with solar, but it would still be nice if the residents had a nice buffer. A nicer buffer. If it can't be stopped because of legal reasons, because of signed situations with one case, if it can't be stopped, then how do we lessen the impact as much as we can? That's not only our duty, but that's fair to our community. We went way too long.
Set the alarm off.
Uh-oh, going in. We're fine. Going in. We're out of popcorn, though.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, sir. Public comments closed, officer. We're sorry, sir.
I didn't want to announce it to the whole world, but my wife...
Are we past him? It's 20 after 11. I know, but that's not why the alarms are on. Usually it's 11:30, I thought. 11:30, I thought. Oh, no, you said 11.
Well, what we're gonna do is have Mike...
Took him 20 minutes to get here?
Yeah. Have Mike tweak number 3 and 2, and come back and see, after the tweak, if it's more like 1 and 4. So, the goal is, yes, public comment didn't make 2 and 3. Didn't make 2 and 3. They did 1 and 4. Board's landing on 2 and 3.
I understand.
So how do we make 2 and 3 and 1 and 4 merge?
It's kind of as a compromise, a lot of things.
So can we merge 3 and 4? And can we merge 2 and 1? And come back and look and see what that looks like.
The general public's not so concerned about us getting sued, but we're probably more...
That's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna continue.
I have strong...
I mean, with respect, the water's out of the bucket. We're never gonna get it all back in. Yeah, okay, so, board members, in sake of time and another police officer showing up, yeah, I know, I'm just teasing. Well, you might have missed what I was saying before, but everyone tonight at the public said 1 and 4. Most of the board members were saying 2 and 3. And so I think what we're looking at is telling Mike, go back, see about 2 and how you can merge 1 into it. So merging 1 and 2, and merging 3 and 4, sort of, and then coming back and taking a look at that and seeing what those options look like.
So we'll have 2 options.
Yep. Yes.
At this meeting, you just want to discuss it. I'm assuming that we're not ready for a public hearing.
That would be correct. That would be discussion only, and once we think we have what we need, then public hearing at that point.
Is there any type of deadline? Is there any type of?
Mr. Haran?
There's no deadline.
We need more public hearing? I mean,
No, we have to have an actual public hearing. The public hearing on adoption, we would have to have that.
okay,
Yep.
got it.
This is,
I'm sorry, sir, is public comment?
Hearing's gonna be here again, is it?
All meetings occur here for the Area Planning Commission.
There's rooms people can see, hear, would be nice.
It would be nice, but we're limited to a government building with government standards.
We've had them down there before.
yeah, we may look at that. That costs money. So we have to make a decision.
We're talking about money right now.
Has to be available.
So, I mean, we would consider it. We have to make a look at that.
Well, the public needs to be able to hear it and see what's going on. And yet people, we didn't even have a crowd here and they was down the hallway,
Yeah.
being able to hear what was going on. And you say, use your phone.
And
I
it's,
think that's a poor attitude to have where you guys
Sir, with all due respect, we're working with the best tools that we have. So if I'm in a room and someone needs to have a translation, I'm going to say, hey, here's Google Translate. I'm gonna have you look at your phone. It's the only option that I have from this chair to give you with the situation that you are in. It's not the best option, but it's the only option I have. And I know that that doesn't make you happy, but it is an option. Does that make sense? And it's the only option I have, and I know that that's not the best one. Well, we'll look into it. We didn't realize that the numbers would be what they are, so we're going to have to discuss that and try to figure that situation out. We've done it in the past. We can do it in the future. I agree with you. No one's arguing with you on this end of the table, but I'm just saying that you're upset with me saying that use your phone, but it's the only option I had to give you. Correct. Fair? Good deal. Appreciate that. So, I think we're on the same page, correct?
I think we're headed in the direction, yeah.
We're in the same boat, paddling down the same river, and so we're going to have two options to look at when we go back, and I think once we have these two options, and then let's chop it up. And then that's when we'll get what this board really feels like we want, and that's really what the commissioners want from us, is what does this board really want? Without fear, without retribution, what do we want? I think that's the best way to do it. So, with that being said...
We have a meeting next month.
yes, sir.
With that being said, Mr. Lasseniger, do we need a motion of some type to continue the proposed solar ordinance amendment draft?
No, I think I have...
You have direction?
Clear direction.
Clear direction. Yep. Excellent.
That for next meeting?
We will discuss timing. We do have a potential alternate date if we would choose to use an alternate space. So if we do that, the potential would be to separate this meeting from the other meeting, the other normal meeting.
We were a business meeting.
Doing a business meeting, yeah.
And this one, a separate meeting.
Yeah, so that is a potential, so...
That seems easy to figure out.
We'll figure that out from there.
Okay. All right, well, we'll move on to the rest of it, if you want to, or
you can read that on your own.
That sounds good. So, what is the date for our next meeting for calendar purposes? October the 2nd. Please mark your calendars for that meeting. I need a motion to adjourn.
I made that motion.
Yep, second. Ladies first. Sorry, Mr. Elwell. All in favor, right hand?
Out of here.
Opposed, same sign. We are adjourned.
Might have